How do you deal with this flood? When fears come in and flood your mind, when you think you're going down, when you think you're not going to make it, when you think you're going to fail God, or you've not measured up, when the enemy comes in and tells you that you're unworthy, you're unholy, you're no good, you'll never get it. What do you do when the enemy comes in like a flood? You see, the Lord raises up a standard. Let me show you what that standard is. Look at verse 1. The Lord reigneth. He is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. And he's put on his armor and set for battle. You have to have a clear vision that your Lord and Savior is standing by. His eyes on your flood, his eyes on you. You have to have a clear vision of what God has promised here. I've not ignored you. I see where you're at. I see what you're going through. Look at me, he says. I have girded myself. I put on my armor. I have my sword in hand. And then read what it says, verse 4. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. God says, get your eyes off the flood, get it on me. I've got my sword in hand. I am more powerful. I am mightier than all your floods. I'm bigger than all your fears. Get your eyes off your fears. He said, I've girded myself. That hit me. I could hardly sleep. I picture my Lord standing over me, sword in hand. He knows how far it can go and no further. He'll come and slay the dragon in his time. He's saying, now you just stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. You just put your trust in me right now. Don't be afraid.
How often are we so stupid to think that we can fight our battles for ourselves better than our holy, righteous God can? And we're all guilty of it, but man, what a thought. How's it going, fellas?
Amen.
Amen.
Yes, indeed. We had a show about this with Lupin yesterday. It's all in his strength. We don't have the strength to fight the enemy and the spiritual attacks. All we can do is stick to our armor and pray for assistance. The battle is of God.
And
Amen.
it's so
Absolutely.
good to know that he loves us so much and that he never leaves our side. We may stray away from him, but he never leaves us.
Amen to that. Dan, welcome to the Proverbs Guys Ministry Hangout Show. You're actually on the Evolution Isn't Science Prove Us Wrong episode. This is our Atheist Challenge night. We're going to have evolutionists and evolution-believing folks come on in to the show, and they're going to be debating Dr. Kent Hovind for the first hour. That starts at 9 o'clock. This is actually the pre-show, so if you guys are waiting for Kent Hovind, you are going to have to come back in 54 minutes. But yeah, after Kent is with us for an hour, we're going to have Brother Donnie from Standing for Truth with us, and he's going to be bringing some friends, and we're going to have an awesome night. So put your questions in the comments. We're going to be starring them as we go, as we see them. And if time permits, we'll try to have Dr. Hovind answer as many of them as possible. Or if you have questions for Donnie, you guys can put questions for Donnie out there. We'll star those too. How's that sound?
That sounds good. I thought I was an hour. I thought we rescheduled and we were an hour early. So that's okay because that gives me a little bit more time to ask any question or formulate my questions a little bit better, and also get a bite to eat.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna bring some food too, so I can be ready. I love that comment. He does stand up for it, but does he ever sit down for it?
All right. Hey, Brother Dan, just to let you know, your microphone is very much muted. Still muted, yes. No, we cannot hear you right now. What's that? Can you hear me now? Yes, Dan, we hear you great. I just came on to tell you guys that I think you're amazing. Well, Dan, thank you. That really means a lot to us.
You almost got it unmuted, but I think you muted it again. So
this is kind of how I try and get my attention across. If I got questions to ask, I do this number.
Interesting. I do something else, but it's a little more complicated. I do this. I raise it up like a hand. But
how do you do that?
You edit the name and you add 1 space bar for headline. Now it went down again, so I don't have to. But I love yours.
Well, guys, we could just use the headline to write question, so we know that somebody has a question.
Yeah, but I mean,
that works too.
I get to click the mouse button rapidly.
I do this other thing. I'll show you guys what I do. Hey guys, I want to say something.
Yeah, I wish that worked whenever we have 8 people on the panel.
It doesn't work. We've tried it.
In my imagination, where billions of years ago, dinosaurs evolved into chickens or something like that, it happened. So you can't hold that against me, and I'm not going to hold it against you guys. But if Dan doesn't unmute his microphone, we may blame him, which will be sad because typically we like to blame Lupin.
No, I put my vote in no. I'm happy with my position, and I like my position.
What's
Can
up,
you guys
Dan?
hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
What's up, brother?
Oh, cool. Yeah, I was kind of outside. Not kind of. I was outside. So you guys can blame me for anything. I can be, since I'm kind of in both groups and nobody's kicked me out yet. You guys don't know me enough. You guys can blame me for everything.
I have to say, Dan, I can't imagine what I would blame you on because, truthfully, you're a really friendly guy. You're patient. You don't overtalk people, and you're very reasonable. So I'm not quite sure what would be upset about.
No, I that's what try to be just on the calm seas all the time, because we all have our days, and if you know me long enough, you'd see mine too. But that's why we need the body, we need other people to keep us calm, keep us settled, keep the boat steady.
Well, you came at a really interesting time, Dan, because you joined us at a crucial moment where it was hopefully in my heart and everybody else involved, you came at the very end of a very bitter trench warfare between 2 ministries. And my hope is now you came at just the right time to see the end of that in the beginning of peace and hoping the best for each other.
No, for sure. And as all believers, it's something, the foundation we're on is strong. And so, if we slap each other over issues that are not foundational, it's like, yeah, okay, I'll slap you, you slap me in Christian love, agree to disagree. But if it's not over your salvation, and even if you're outside of the foundation of what Christianity is, I'm not going to slap you. I'm just going to say, hey, that's not, the belief in Jesus is life, death, resurrection, him being God on earth. If you're outside of that, then I will say, hey, well, that's not what I understand Christianity is.
Well, go ahead, Lupin.
Dan, we've talked now we've met each other. We've talked to each other for a little bit of time, maybe like an hour and a half worth of talking, give or take. And I've seen you on other shows, and I can't say anything negative about you that I have seen. I have only seen kindness and respect from you. And I believe that you're absolutely right that one of the main pillars of Christianity and an overarching theme of Christianity is the ability to forgive, even whenever it's not even deserved. Christianity is all about forgiveness, and I agree wholeheartedly with what you said.
No, thanks. Yeah, no, it's we all have our walks. I've had my times in the past. I'm same age as Pastor. Actually, I'm older than Pastor Chuck by a couple months or something. But yeah, it's. I hope as we all get older, longer in our faith, we'll be a little more tempered. Um, not take things so personally. Um, because if it and on both sides, if you're a brother and you offend me, well, we're brothers. That's to be expected in a family. But if you're not a Christian and you offend me, you're not offending me. You're offending Jesus, and I'll let him take care of you. I'm to love even my enemies. He's the one you got to worry about.
Yeah, it's almost disservice. It's a disservice to a lot of Christians whenever you have other Christians that go so far out of the field in the realm of Christianity. It doesn't do Christianity any service. So, and I get that we all have our moments, but there's a time of spiritual growth and faith growth in faith that should be that should be kind of tampered down a little bit as you grow older and wiser. However, I'm still a child at heart. I'm still a kid at heart, and it's all about how you feel on the inside. And everybody has different maturity levels and things like that. But as far as I know, we're all adults here, whether we want to admit it or not. I don't like to admit it, but
I might divide over you on that if you try to call me anything but a kid.
yeah,
Try to call me mature, and I might divide. I might separate from you for that.
it's up for debate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but no, forgiveness and kindness is one of the main things, and I mean that's quite literally how the Bible ends when you really look at it. And I think that we should reflect that of the Scripture, even though we are humans and we do mess up from time to time. We should try our best.
Hey, Dan, let me ask you this. As someone who I would consider you unbiased, I mean, you came in with just as much knowledge of this ministry as you had of that ministry, and you've kind of been following both sides from what you described. So, with that unbiased opinion, how do you think things are getting off with this truce, this do-over?
Well, I think there's people that on I hate to say both sides. There's people on I get whatever you want to classify it, both sides. I'll go there. Both sides that are like, yeah, let's just I think it was faithfulness that said, and now I was on that show, and luckily because I was thinking in my brain, and she was going, "Come on, let's stop acting like children." And it's like, amen. And but I didn't want to say that because it's like we do get into that mind frame sometimes that it's our toys and you can't play with them. It's I think I'm right, you think I'm right, and that's where I go on the thing of Christ and Him crucified and the basic foundational gospel, because people do get in stupid fights. I mean, stupid fights. I'm not being degrading or anything over such frivolous things. I remember one church was in and they were joking about it, how the church divided because out in the entrance of the church they changed from light bulbs to fluorescence or something stupid like that, and people left the church. And so yeah, we have a history as humans of being, less than Christ-like. Oh, but anyway, did I answer the question? I went off, but I think
No,
both
you
sides,
did,
Uh,
brother.
he didn't answer the question.
yeah,
But you
No.
could run. You could run for Congress.
yeah, with that statement, yeah, both sides. There's people that are like, yep, let's just, sounding like mature Christians. Okay, yeah, let's get on with it. Others are like, still, no, well, unless
Well, I
this,
don't. I don't need to know who's being a negative Nancy or a Debbie Downer on the
right?
other
Oh, and I
side of
wouldn't.
the fence, but are you still observing that from this side of the fence? Because if you are, that's what
I
I would like to address.
Oh yeah, I have not. The only people that I think might have. And I want to talk to like Stump. I guess he left.
Yeah.
He was offended, and man, it hurts me because I was, it's yeah and I'm praying for him and praying for that that people, but nothing I've heard on from you guys personally. And if I did, I'd try to get contact with you, individually. Um, and instead of doing names, but no, I haven't. I'm very happy with I was even contacted that, oh well, they didn't tell you certain things, or they left out things, and I didn't even respond because it's like, no, that's not the Christian way. It's um and from what I've observed, because I get little pieces through the times, but have mainly been going comments on stations, and where it kind of went, because actually where it started was Kent Hovind, and then I would ask people, and like things like, why would you think that? And then I would say, well, I'd give it a worldly situation outside and say, have you made any videos against that? You're attacking this one man. Is it just him? Is it? I am still on a quest, because I think there are some just Kent haters, and then and other things. And so, of course, I had kind of fun with it because they don't know me. I'm trying to figure out, say, like a Claude, say, like how do you get these things? How do you have?
Well,
I'm, I,
it's what's interesting is people are now trying to combine the conflict over the two ministries that were disagreeing with the Kent Hovind disagreements. And those are not related. Those are two separate disagreements ongoing. And there's no way to connect them. Otherwise, there's no chance of peace, because no one on the Kent Hovind side is going to concede to what they believe in their hearts to be false. So it's a non-starter. But if we can keep the two issues separate, we can absolutely have a beautiful resolution on, at least for now, this. You know.
well, I've been trying to just like because say like with Mark Stoney, he has passed with Kent, a long past, so I can't judge that, but Mark came out and said, well, yeah, he's a believer, and he's a fellow brother, and if he just apologized, it's like, whoa, I thought these guys thinks he was has horns in his bedroom or something, the Antichrist. So that's what I've been also trying to go at, is like, do you think Kent is a crazy man that you got to worry that he's gonna do the atheist thing like a Jim Jones, or do you think and I go through these scenarios with him, but mainly the first one is to Christians, like, do you think he's a believer? Do you think he's because we do have those people, always a wolf in sheep clothing thing, but it's like and then again, it's then definitions and some people think that you know that you have to it's a gospel, you add stuff to it or take it away, so it's like, oh, okay, I think you guys are the ones that are wrong there, because to me, and I've asked people, like, I listen to Kent preach the gospel almost every show, and and I haven't heard most people are like, yeah, there are those fringe that say you either have to work your way or he's too much on grace or, the fringe outside. But to me, and have you guys had any, that's a question for you guys is, the gospel thing. Have you heard Kent preach a false gospel or anything outside of that? I have not.
Kent
Can I-
holds
can
to.
I
Go ahead,
answer
Lupin.
a little bit? Can I just say, humans never cease to amaze me at how we fight over the stupidest things. We fight over the dumbest things. And it never ceases to amaze me that we still do it. And as a Christian, one things we examine whenever we examine other people and we make judgments is kind of how they behave and react. And I'll say this about Kent, and I've spent 3 months at Dinosaur Adventureland, and I've seen his work for years, and I've never seen him say anything that goes against the gospel. It's always about the gospel. It's always about the love of Jesus, and everything that I've seen has every attack video that I've seen is merely that, is an attack video and slander. And I personally met the man, and I've met him for quite a bit of time. And I saw human faults, like every human has faults, but there was nothing severe with what I saw. What I saw in him is what I see with everybody. But I did see a passion for the love of Jesus and an extremely knowledgeable person. And he's very good. It's very sad that we have to say as Christians we take sides, and it's very sad because we all have a common enemy, and the division really weakens the message going on forward. So I'm hoping that some of that can be resolved on a personal level, but I see it being an issue that's going to be ongoing because it's a tale as old as time. Since the early Christianity, there's always been like, well, this is how it's supposed to be, and this is how it's supposed to be, and there's always going to be a division in church. So, but no, I haven't seen anything negative to say about him. He's just very passionate and one of the most effective teachers against a false teaching like evolution, which is so damaging to not only faith, but it's a disservice to science.
And so many, I do high school. I help out the high school group at our church, and so many guys, and I try to get them to actually talk about it because they're high school kids. But it's like so many of them later on, it's like, the whole evolution thing, and it is really true, and a lot of people say it, but it's like and that's actually, and I'm honest, open, and I'm curious with people is, I love your monkey, how you believe.
That sounded weird. That just laying.
Oh, there was a monkey on the screen. I saw a monkey.
Yeah.
But yeah, if this
You're
is
seeing things, Dan. You're seeing things.
If this is a voice somewhere and they don't hear, if they don't know what I just
Well,
think
they jump out every time someone mentions the word evolution.
Casey, I have not been around you guys long enough. That is cute. Very cute. But yeah, but how can you
I have a question.
evolution?
I have a question for my brother Dan.
Sure, I just said evolution though. I wanted to see the monkey again. But
which one was your favorite? I think it's this one, right?
Oh, I don't know. I just that is good.
That's my favorite one. I'm so cute. And
yeah, the other one is the one I saw. But okay, so question.
the question is, you said you're pastoring, and this is why I'm asking the question. So, if I get somewhere false teachings, am I supposed like completely heretic and false teachings. I'm not talking about some debates that exist between denominations, but completely false doctrine. Do you think our job, your job, is to say, okay, we agree to disagree, or is your job to warn them to not do that because it's dangerous for them?
Oh, great question. When I was first saved, I listened to a lot of Dr. Walter Martin, the anti-cult ministry, and so I got to the point. I was like, oh, but how do I know he is correct? So I started going and talking to Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, and no, I don't. And just digging in myself to see if what the Bible, what the teachings of those cults are, those people, and yeah, no, on those issues, the foundational issues, it's not agree to disagree. I'll tell them right off. It's like, whoa, dudes, and quite a quote, whether Jehovah's Witness or those, it's like, it's either works or by faith, and yeah. So directly, I babble. No, I do not agree to disagree with the basics of Christianity and the foundation.
Right. Don't we have a responsibility to reprove privately?
Crazy. I was thinking of this exact question, the exact way you were wording it right now.
Bless God, praise God. It must be the Spirit. So I don't know. I'm asking because I like Dan. I see that he arrived right at an interesting time, and his neutral position, I love it a lot. I want to say that you've already been accused that you were sent somewhere by us.
I know.
Yeah.
I laugh. Anyway, hopefully you
Well,
guys can laugh too.
honestly,
I
Dan,
thought,
when
I
you
thought, I
first-
thought he was a double agent, man. So
when you first came, you came out of nowhere, and I was suspect of you too. And it didn't help that I hadn't seen your face yet, and you sound like the identical twin to a friend of ours named Nick. I know, I've seen you now. I know
Okay,
you're
now,
not Nick,
okay,
but you
before.
sound so much like Nick. Dan, it's crazy.
That's funny.
Yeah, but there is a difference. When Lupin and maybe Steven and I didn't know who he was, we can suspect anything that our mind comes up with. But when he starts realizing what is going on and starting stating his view, then accusing him shows that some people don't like that view. There's a difference there. Like if you don't know someone, you might say that I don't know who he is, and he might be even, but when he starts telling people that I don't like what you do, and then he gets accused of working for some other guys because he said that, I want him to keep an eye out for that because he has already begun.
Well, I keep that in my church, in this any situation, because it is a spiritual warfare we're going through, and I don't know you guys, you don't know me yet,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I think after time people kind of Dan's Pollyanna, da da da. I've got that all the time too, but with that is that those people, and especially I like the evangelism, so that's why I like somebody that got people on the other channel, because they're confessing atheist agnostics, not believing in God, and so and that's my heart too, and so the healing between Christians, because let me see, I've had I'll think really quick, that's kind of an impossibility, but the people who told me to watch out, and even in private messages, were people who are not believers in God. So that was interesting. But I don't. And one of the guys I just really like now, and one of the people, and on a personal level, just a cheery person. Even, you know, the attackers that I know, and it's more evidence that they are just trying to hate and go after Kent for the, you know, his preaching of the gospel and of evolution, because they are still allied with people who totally believe, like Mark Stone. He's like, I have no problem with his evolution creation stuff, and they're not attacking him though for that. So it's
What else is
but then
interesting
Mark does
is
not have a ministry, so but they started attacking him on his
Personal
on
life.
no before that, on the evolution creation debate.
Well,
And then
I want to ask for a favor, and the panel and Dan. Let's not get deeper into this. We have a subject, and
I was going to segue into that too, and I had a perfect question for Dan.
sure.
If I may, Achilles, the question
Yeah.
is our evolution versus creation night. Kent Hovind will be here in 26 minutes, something like that, and there is not a single evolutionist in the room. How afraid do you think they are that they're not here yet? Because they've been talking mad smack in the comment sections about how they would tear us apart on our creation model, but they are not here. What's your opinion? Where are they?
They're not here because I'm in the room. Come on now.
They're terrified of you,
I
Dan.
get all
They're
the blame.
terrified.
I get all the blame, but I should get something in return.
That's my job. That's my job. Hey, Dan.
Well, because it is so, you know, sad, because their whole eternity is based on this, so they got to be careful. And one day, even I tell them, if Kent is a wolf in sheep's clothing and there is a God, you guys are going to spend eternity with him. So at least you should at least figure this thing out, because if you don't want to be with Kent for eternity, if he is a wolf in sheep's clothing, which means a non-Christian, you would then want to go to heaven. So they haven't taken me up on that yet, though.
Well, Dan, I'm going to say something, and then I'm probably going to be muted for a while because I'm going to eat this sandwich. And priorities, right? And I'll just say this. I think it's very wise for you to just kind of feel the waters, kind of sit back and observe, and then make your own conclusion based upon your observations versus going by what people say and taking that for absolute fact at face value, because there's a lot of deception out there. There's a lot of deception. There's a lot of hatred, and there's a lot of almost evil things. If you ask me, almost evil things that we're seeing. So I think it's wise. It's a wise position to take a cautious and observant position.
And that's what I've been doing. And because, you know, we have to have all the armor of God. And so, you know, even those people that my targets are actually the actual non-believers. And if even not with them, but even with people that see our conversations, see the things in the reply, they said, oh, you should just leave them alone. It's like, no, because I'm going to have the last word. Jesus is going to be there, because they keep on doing the, you know, the spiritual evil stuff. And so, no, I have a blast. And like with you guys, and that's where, to me, it's the thing is that you guys are confessing Christians, and you also have confessed you're jerks. I'm a confessing Christian,
Yes.
and I'm a jerk saved by God. So, yeah, there's nothing you can do that's gonna unless you just like delete me or whatever, ban
Well,
me.
if I can defend myself though on
Oh, yeah.
that, Dan, I'm
There's
not
no
a jerk.
defense. No defense.
I'm not a jerk. I'm an irritating jerk, and that's a whole different scale, you know. So I'm the
Those are,
worst of the worst.
those are the nice things we say about them, including the worst of the worst comment.
Well, and see, that's what I tell my and I call him the atheist, is like, I've just evolved more annoying. So you can't blame me for that. It's not my fault. It's the chemicals inside my brain.
Right?
Chemical imbalance. Yep, story of my life.
All right, guys, I'm going to be muted for a little while. What I'm going to be doing is writing down some questions regarding evolution for Kent. And just in case these atheists, which I don't know, something's telling me there may be a small turnout, but I don't know. Let's see. But I'm also going to be asking him I'm going to be making some notes and questions regarding uh, the Bible, teachings of the Bible, and things that would be relevant if we get a chance to do that. So,
All right. Well, I hope your sandwich lacks mayonnaise and it is dry and less than completely satisfying. I really hope that for you, Lupin.
it's a ham sandwich with cheese and cranberry sauce toasted.
Ew.
So it's not kosher at all.
Dude, stop saying things with your words, Lupin. I'm trying so hard to like you, my man. I'm trying so hard. It's just
And if I
You
may
keep
add,
talking.
it's also delicious.
cranberry on a sandwich. You know what, Ryan? I'm gonna take you plugging things for Publix because Lupin just disappointed me that bad. And it.
Oh, Justin's here, so I better make sure that I'm muted whenever I say it. I can't say it, but I got to mute for sure, 100% now. I'm sorry, Dustin.
My brother's girlfriend made some delicious chicken salad today that has cranberries and grapes and pecans in it. Put it on a couple of little buns. And it was so good. So good.
All right. Well, people listening to this right now, I need 2 new hosts, one to replace Lupin and one to replace Ryan for their terrible discernment.
Oh, man.
Those.
Even I think you're going to be outnumbered. More people are going to be on our side.
Well, I know, but I don't want to be in the majority. I want to be correct. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, I don't even think that evolutionists will be coming on. They certainly haven't come on yet. Kent's going to be here in 19 minutes, and I've heard no evidence yet. So you would think they'd want to come and warm up before they go head-to-head with the master of debating.
Yeah, come on. I'm here. The Kent lover, the person that what do they I can't even remember all the stuff they say. You can ask me. Come on, guys. You guys don't know me enough yet. No,
I'd like to hear a back and forth between you and Claude. I think that would be an interesting little go. I don't think Monsieur Claude will come on though.
Well, unfortunately, he had a show named after me the other night, and I was helping a friend get his house ready for their baby. And prayers, guys. I have a friend, his baby and his wife are having trouble after birth, and so I couldn't make a show. And so I listened to it, and it's like, you know what? He actually sounded like a normal person. So I don't know. I don't even think I can get into a fight with Claude now, unless he goes back to the old Claude. Come on, old Claude, come see me.
Dan, you told us about that couple the other night at the end of my show. Are they any better? Are doing okay?
The wife, really hard time, and she's having heart the heart where it flutters, and they said that should go away pretty soon. The baby is still not responded. Might have to go down to the San Francisco Children's Hospital. The father, Jose, he's just like right out of the military, new Christian. Just within the last year or something, wanted to take somebody out because he actually roughed up his nephew, and I was like, that was a lot of prayer. Come on, no, let God do it.
Oh
Let
my
God do it.
Atlanta.
And he is so changed. He came out of Afghanistan, and still, oh boy, but you can just see in the love of Jesus working in his heart.
Amen.
And that pastor that put his hands on his nephew is definitely going to be glad in heaven to know that Jose followed the Spirit.
All right. Well, on that note, amen. And also, Claude, come on in here. Convince Dan that if you eat a mushroom, you grow. Wait, that's Super Mario. No, convince him that he's related to a banana. That can't be right. Oh, no, that one is. Convince him that he's related to a banana. And Christian Pike, grab your grandpa slippers and your granny robe and come convince Dan and Lucky, and I guess Ryan too, that they evolved from a lesser species.
Oh, that's
Come on
really
in,
good
guys, bring
because
your evidence.
I've had
They
it
can-
out every time. You guys might even see in my comments. I say like their foundation is on mutations, and so I've gone for years now asking these, and that's usually when they disappear on me or change their names, because I'd like to see, and I'm open. I'd like to see some peer-reviewed papers. Has to be peer-reviewed paper, because if it's not peer-reviewed, we know that's not science. So I want peer-reviewed papers that go and list maybe only 100 or 1,000 of these mutations that it would really take out of the trillions to get me. And actually, I'm a horticulturalist. I got to correct you. It's a banana plant, not the banana. That's the fruit part. But that we came from some kind of lower life to human life because of these mutations. So far, I've got some good ones. Besides, the bacteria, that's always, and that's questionable. Lactose intolerance, that didn't change any species or any kinds. And then HIV, AIDS, and sickle cell anemia were 2 positive mutations that were told me. And I pass
those are great arguments. I love those arguments.
And I pass on those 2. I don't want to evolve any higher than I am today, because I don't want either of those, if that's what it takes to evolve to a higher place. So that's I've shut them all up because there isn't any. Their foundation is a sand. It's actually not sand. It's nothing. It's air. There are not lists and lists and lists of these, even thousands or hundreds of, and I won't even say positive. That's what actually at Berkeley University calls it, positive, negative, but positive mutations or mutations that add to our genome. It's not there, guys. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to break my rule again. I'm sorry, Dustin. Please forgive me. But that potato with the person in it, proof, evolution.
What? I forgot that we were related to potatoes now, and strawberries. It's not just bananas.
Yeah, well, we have the proof. You see, here it is.
Is that a stick of butter walking? That is proof of evolution.
No,
that's Darwinism.
It's a French fry.
Uh-huh.
And it comes from
No,
this.
Oh, that's twisted. I
I
see
have
what
been-
you did
That's
there.
funny.
I have been accused of being a couch potato, so there may be something to that.
Well, they are actually, for the rest of the world, they are potatoes. But yeah, let's call them fries. But I also, when I was looking for this GIF, I also found something that I didn't know about. It has nothing to do with our subject today, but I would like to just point it up. I will just bring it up here. because you keep calling them French fries, and there's something that maybe
If you call them chips, then Steven's gonna have to replace 3 people.
Well,
Uh,
the ironic thing about the two different faiths is the Christian faith is mocked because we hold to a level of beliefs, we believe in miracles, and we're open about it. But it takes more belief in miracles to believe that evolution could work. Like there's more supernatural components to make evolution work than anything I've observed in the Bible. So it's not even like I think that would take the glory away from God. It's just the evidence is not there. The evidence is counter to the scientific theory. How's it going, Dustin?
Not bad. Actually, I just kind of wanted to stop in and say hi to Kent when he shows up.
Do you have a question for Kent? What would you ask him?
Just
And
how
it
he
has
was
to be in
doing.
Latin.
It'd be really, really quick.
Sure. No, I'm kidding, man. You're more than welcome to ask him a question. We're hoping, though, first that the atheists will be man enough to come to defend their positions. I doubt that will happen. So it'll probably
I'm
turn
pretty
into a Q&A.
sure. I'm pretty sure we could egg Claude on, but we have to roll out the red carpet in that particular direction.
I don't think we can because our good buddy Claude is French and they are known for being surrenderers. So it's just in his nature, right? Claude, wink, wink.
I mean, if he can ask a question about evolution, there would be no issue. But by the way, happy birthday again, Dustin. I don't know if you saw my message in the chat. Just wanted to tell you happy birthday, brother.
Happy birthday, brother.
Well, I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, how old are you now, Dustin?
don't say that.
I
you
don't
deal.
think I'm going to give the atheists any more ammo than they already have.
I know you're not 40.
No,
not
I'm not
40.
40 yet. I'm getting close, though.
Yeah, you're
Closer
not as
than I
old.
want to be.
You're nowhere near as old as Ryan.
I'm the real old guy.
How old are you, Ryan? You're 41?
Now,
Right,
come
I
on,
wanna
Matt,
throw-
I hope you're joking because you've asked me more than once. I am the double nickel.
You're 40.
If two nickels together is 40,
I would have said
double
10.
nickel. You said double nickel, and I don't know why that translated in my brain to 4 dimes. Math, I'm telling you guys.
Ryan is right here.
With those kind of math skills, man. I mean, I don't know why you weren't the guy who came up with the nuclear weapon.
Can I say
I'm gonna-
something from Matt?
Precisely because of what you just witnessed.
May I say something, guys? I want to lay out a warning to those that have arrived here with different purposes than take part in the debate. I already see so many comments. I'm having a hard time catching up. There are 50 right now that I haven't checked. So I just want to inform that there is a warning out, which is if you attack the messenger or any of these hosts that exist in this panel and not ask a question, and you bring up things that relate to characters or people's personal lives, your first time that you do that, you're going to get a 30-minute timeout, no questions asked at all. And if you do it again, it's a 24-hour. So you're going to be completely out of this discussion tonight. So if you dare bring up ad hominems that have nothing to do with the subject, it's like you asked for it. Before you press the enter, know that it's like you've just typed, I want a timeout. This is going to be enforced. Thank you.
And he's being nice. I was going to say a 0 tolerance policy and just ban totally. But I guess Achilles is feeling gracious.
I'm in my good days. Yeah.
It's one of my good.
Yes, and Mad Mac, look, if you have questions about dinosaurs and Noah collecting the animals, you'll be able to talk to the man himself. And if you want to ask those questions, I'm sure he'll be more than happy to answer.
Yeah, but I want to say something to my brother Matt Mack. He gave me a link of a pastor, and I watched that link, all of it. I loved him. Thank you very much. But on the other hand, I keep telling him something to watch the seminars of Ken Hovind, and they are going to change his mind, but he's not doing it. And he keeps having the same questions, and I cannot be spending time on answering things that people just want to say, oh no, what I say is true. You got to examine the evidence of the chance of you being wrong, because whoever said what he said, maybe he had different motives. So since we are bringing Dr. Hovind here, I'm going to ask him your question. One of them that I saw, now I see so many comments and I'm trying to eat, and it's pretty hard for me. But we're going to ask the questions. But he has done a lot of work on that issue. You can find his creation seminars online, or you can order them so you can support the ministry. And the questions that you are asking about dinosaurs in the Bible is in seminar number 3, which is called Dinosaurs in the Bible. I mean, it couldn't be more clear. So if you examine the evidence and what the verses say, I can give you the answer. They were not called dinosaurs. But I will allow Dr. Hovind to give the answer with his own words, because there's no one describing it better than him. So, enough of me. Your turn, guys.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that message. And also, we want you guys to feel welcome. It's a walk in the park, Jurassic Park. And we want to help heal you guys. So, Claude, come talk to us. Let us get back inside your brain. You don't have to be afraid. We'll hold you in our
No, we
arms.
don't want inside his brain. We
I
want to
want
take
in his
x-rays and then examine it from a distance.
We promise to make Dustin be nice, or he will hang out backstage until you leave. And Christian, come on in. You defend Darwinism any other time. Come defend Darwinism this evening. Let's see how it goes. Your last matchup with Dr. Hovind, I think, was a victory for Kent, in my opinion. But maybe you can redeem that victory here tonight.
And you could use any of your accounts to sign in. It doesn't matter. You can pick whichever one. It's all good.
Wow, it's going great. Let me play some GIFs maybe. Hello, guys, want to come in? We still have a lot of spots.
Can
We will
you-
reserve one for Dr. Hovind.
I will be leaving when Kent comes because I have nothing to ask him. And but you could let Claude have just a couple minutes to go after me. Because we're gonna become,
I'm willing to give Claude that time. Claude won't accept it.
Come on, Claude.
He can't handle the Dan one-on-one. He needs his backup. And
Well,
I invited his backup to come, but they're terrified of you too, Dan.
They know
You're-
we're going to be
you're
friends
terrifying.
sooner or later.
You know what it is? Maybe you're just too bossy, Dan.
I know, but we're going to be friends because who is that? Oh darn, is the younger guy, Aiden? Oh my gosh, taking him.
Who just laid an egg on Dan?
No, Aiden
Who
is a
laid
good
an
guy.
egg on poor Dan?
That's
Oh,
Claude.
Monsieur Claude. Welcome, buddy. Thank you for being brave enough to come on and publicly tell people what you believe.
Hi, Claude.
Bonjour, monsieur. You're muted, my friend.
Parlez-vous français?
You're definitely muted, Claude.
Ah,
No,
right.
I'm-
Okay. I've muted myself, which a lot of people would like.
I was going to say,
No,
I
we
mean, it
want
was
you
kind
to-
of nice for a little bit.
Yeah. So Dan is making all these claims, and I won't come on. First of all, I thought the thing started at 9, but that's fine. I did happen to turn on my computer and found it was going. So I've listened for the last 20 minutes.
The show does start at 9. This was an hour-long pre-show, and we're expecting Kent Hovind within the next 3 minutes.
Which is
I
great.
just wanted to say hi, Claude. I actually thought you would come on. I just want to say hi. How's it going? Because I'm gonna have to go to. I got a Bible study coming up, and I don't have questions. But do you have any questions for me, Claude, about evolution?
Well, I was going to get you to explain the other day when I caught you out in contradictions over what Mark was saying, and you condemning a certain person, but he's coming on soon, so I probably shouldn't ask that now. I think that's not fair. I agreed that I would try and be constructive and not mean, so I'm not going to ask that now. We'll take that up another time.
No, and I will think you will.
I'm a chicken because I'm not.
Well, that shows some growth on your part.
And I'll say this, Claude, even though, and I appreciate that, first of all, but also feel free to stay, and I would love you to engage, Kent. And I think you guys could have a good dialogue, a nice back and forth on evolution and creation.
Yeah. Well, do you want me to listen first? I can go off and then come back on again. I think that's probably best. Listen to all the introduction and the various other things, and then...
sir, there will be no introduction. Kim's going to come on. He's going to smile. And we're going to throw the stakes into the lions and let you guys tear them apart. So
I'll mute myself and come on. Yeah.
No, I don't even want you to mute yourself. I mean, we can have a conversation now. It can be about anything. I know a lot about old Andy Griffith episodes, if that would help you.
The yoke's on your head there.
I'm eating a bit, so I don't want to, be a noisy eater or anything like that.
Well, answer me this: which evolved first, the chicken or the egg?
Well,
Where did the animation come from? That's really cool.
Brother Achilles. Brother Achilles is
Achilles.
A magician when it comes to graphics.
I love the graphics. That's really funny.
I wouldn't be so bold as to know which came first, the chicken or the egg, but I presume in the Bible it's the chicken came first because animals were all created as they were, including people. They were boom, instant. Yeah.
Claude,
good job, Claude. Impressed.
Yeah.
But I'm saying what the Bible says, but not what I necessarily agree to. But
I don't know.
Well, you're getting there, though. That's
I know that.
To the right
I heard
direction.
the other day from Achilles that the chicken proves God too. So we've had the banana from Ray Comfort, we've had the broccoli from Kent, and now the chicken from Achilles, and all those things prove God. It's quite interesting.
Well, we're gonna have a salad, James. Chef salad, right?
Yes, the perfect meal.
Oh, brother. So you're gonna save all your ammo for when Kent comes on. What?
Well, I don't have any particular ammo. I just,
Well, I mean, your questions, Claude.
Don't
you have a question that you're designed to ask him?
Aren't in evolution. I can ask some questions, but I don't claim to be an expert in it at all. That's not my strength. I can understand the basics. But
we're all experts here, Claude. What are you talking? I mean, what are you doing?
And in your defense, Claude, the experts that you cling to aren't even that good at it. So, I mean, it's not your fault. I don't blame you, and I'm trying to help.
Well, I mean, we might have someone, for example, if the Mama could come on to talk about the geologic column, for example.
Big Bad Mama is absolutely welcome to come on tonight. And if he has questions for Kent Hovind also, he is more than welcome to ask.
That's going to be more worthwhile than me, I think. But
speak of the angel. Look who we have in chat.
Oh.
I'm still trying to catch up. I'm higher in the chat. I'm not even down there yet.
We have BBM in the alias, in one of the 10 aliases that they have.
All right. Well, hey, tell them.
I want to see a debate between Creationist Crybaby and BBM one day.
No, you probably could do it nowadays. We have the technology.
Can I moderate?
Well, we could probably get him to moderate too. We could do the 3 roles.
Yeah.
In an alternate universe, if we fall into a black hole, Kent Hovind can moderate, and I could be your cousin Claude, and Steven can be. Never mind, I'm going to be quiet now.
Wait, Aiden, you're welcome to come on. Kent will be here any minute. You're welcome to engage him on all things evolution or Darwin versus creation. We just ask that you keep it on
I'd like
topic.
to talk to Aiden.
If you guys keep it on topic, but save that for the end after we have Kent go off. You guys can have your own discussions at that point. And Donnie should still be here by then. But save it for after because we want to utilize Kent's time the best way possible.
I see somebody said, "Hey, Mark Stoney," and I don't see him in the chat unless I missed it.
No, that's because I've had Mark Stoney blocked several times. And now, even though I have unblocked him, I still can't see his comments. And it's the same for Big Bad Mama and Christian Pike. I'm not sure why. They are unblocked, but because I can't see their comments, no one can see them because we're on the Proverbs Guy channel.
Oh, what a tragedy.
Well, you know.
Everybody's mentioning Aiden, but I don't see any comments from Aiden. So that's why.
Oh,
Is it
yeah.
that way?
I saw
see
Aiden
him.
up there.
I see him.
Aiden's on there. He just
Is it so Mr. Doc Hovind, he's going to be in here, right in here with us, huh?
Yeah, I just got a message from his tech guy, and they are on their way right now.
That's
I'm
awesome.
having a short problem catching up to all the chat and following discussions together. I will try to be more on highlighting the questions that I see, and because I can't be doing both and it's late for me, it's like 4 a.m. So yeah, if I see any questions interesting, I will be popping them up.
Whenever you star the comments, does it save them? Or can you only star one comment at a time? How does that work?
One moment. Welcome, Mark Reed.
Hello.
And just so you know, you're more than welcome to add your YouTube channel as a destination, and you can stream this the easier way to your channel.
Yeah,
You're welcome to do
I
that.
am playing around with OBS, so forgive me if this goes horribly, horribly wrong, which it already has.
I see that transition you had.
I'll be honest, unless you're a lot more intelligent than I am, Mark, and you haven't used OBS before, it's going to be a disaster.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. It's fine.
Look, I was working in tech support, and I tried OBS, and I threw my hands up, and I started thinking terrible thoughts about Mark Stoney in my head because he's the one that told me about OBS.
OBS is so easy. But Stephen, are you going to go over the rules as far as what's allowed, questions that are allowed again? I think maybe that should be.
The rules are simple. Keep it civil, no personal attacks, and the topic is evolution or creation. Anything else goes. I think those are fair rules, and I hope everybody can respect that.
Do those rules go both ways? Like no personal attack on us either? I
Amen.
think.
Well, you can make personal attacks on creation.
I think that Mr. Hovind has he's sort of attacked friends of mine before, done really personal attacks about sort of their sexuality and stuff. So I'd really appreciate it if we weren't called dumb or stupid, and if none of our personal attributes were attacked, kind of thing, because he has done that before.
Well, let me try real quick. Dr. Hovind, first of all, thank you, sir, for being here tonight. It's an honor and a privilege. And Mr. Mark Reed is here. He's going to be throwing some back and forth with you. And he has mentioned that when you say things like that he's stupid for believing that he's related to a banana, it really hurts his feelings. And I
didn't say that, but I think if we're going to not have personal attacks, then it should go both ways. I would think. Then, if I get personally attacked, I feel like, well, what's stopping me from doing the same?
We'll be fair.
Well,
We'll be fair.
we will be
Okay.
fair moderators, but we can go ahead and jump in. Kent, can you hear us?
We cannot hear you. You are muted, sir.
Maybe
No,
he's using OBS. Maybe,
Yeah.
it's a disaster, as we've already established.
no, Mark, you're fine.
We can all
yeah,
hear on OBS.
Dr. Hovind, you are not muted on StreamYard. Something going on with
Was that Grayson? That was
over there.
Grayson.
That
Yes,
was.
he'll be back. I don't know
Grayson.
why he left.
I don't know. Maybe you saw me. That's
He came in and he got out.
Stephen, we have 10 slots available, right?
Yes, we have 5 spots after the 10 are filled that we can have in the back. So we may have to move some people in and out.
I'll be
For
the one
starter-
to go backstage if I see
Okay.
it filling up. Okay.
If it starts filling up, Achilles, we'll send you, and then Ryan, and then Lupin, and then myself if we have to. But it won't come down to that. We're just waiting on Dr. Hovind to get his microphone fixed. Achilles, if I step away for 1 minute, can you hold this down until Dr. Hovind gets that resolved, and I'll be right back?
I will try. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We still can't hear you, Doctor.
Hi, Claude. How are you? Want to say hi to Dustin and Lupin and Ryan? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Mark? It's good to see you, buddy.
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, had a really good week actually.
I don't know if you heard, I played a little bit of Men at Work, just in your honor.
Oh, really?
Yes,
look,
we can hear you.
I played it.
And I wanna say hello to Mark and Grayson as well. Yes, Dr. Hovind, we can hear you now.
Okay,
Oh,
yes. All right.
Top tier
Okay.
graphics right there.
Sorry, I'm late. Okay. Let's see. TikTok. I'm on TikTok on a phone here. I'm not sure how all that works, but they won't be able to see the slides. Anyway, good to see
Sir,
you again.
you've made jumps in your understanding of technology. Big jumps.
What did he say?
You've made big jumps in your understanding of technology the past years.
I can beat drum.
He's not.
He says you'd advance in your technological skills.
No, I
Yes.
have a crew here that does that for me. Okay. Anyway, go ahead. What's the
God bless
topic?
him.
What's the topic for tonight?
Our topic is evolution versus creation.
Okay.
It's supposedly an open discussion. We've given some ground rules already. Mostly one, which is no ad hominems will be allowed. We want to stick to the subject, and I'm gonna try to bring you here very well because the changes, the spots will be changing. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, that's Steven. And I would like to, respecting your time, I would like to give the floor to anyone who would like to ask a question.
Yeah, I would like to ask a question.
Okay, Mark Reed is the first. Hello, Mark, by the way.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
And hello, Mr. Hovind. My question is, what does the evolutionary biologists not do that other sciences do that would prevent them from being a science? So what I'm really asking, and I realize that may be a bit convoluted, but I'm asking you what it is that other sciences do that evolutionary biology does not, that would make them a science, like physics a science and evolutionary biology not a science.
Is that question for me? I don't. There's about 10 people on board here.
Well, yeah,
They,
yeah.
they will be for you.
Yeah.
They will. All the questions are for you.
Okay.
A little book.
The word science means knowledge. What do we know from observation, from experiments? It's the definition of science, standard definition. Look it up on any place, any dictionary. Science means knowledge. What do we know? We know dogs produce dogs. We know that. We've watched it happen. We do not know dogs are related to bananas. These family trees they put in our textbooks are not science. It is science to say dogs produce dogs. It is not science to say dogs come from an amoeba. And it's not science to say all of life came from a soup in the ocean, and which came from a rock. That's why I say, point out, you better first define what you mean by evolution. It is scientifically accurate to say all the varieties of dogs probably had a common ancestor. Nobody would argue with that. But you guys want to say, well, that therefore proves dogs are related to mosquitoes. That's not science. That's all. Science, what we can observe, study, test. Even if it's true that dogs are related to mosquitoes, it's not. I don't believe so. But even if it were true, it's not part of science, because science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. These family trees that are taught in our textbooks are propaganda. They're artwork. They're not science. That's what biologists do, though. They study the evidence to show, wow, look at how many varieties of mosquitoes there are today. Okay. And then they jump to the wild conclusion that mosquitoes are related to cows. I don't think that's common sense. I think that's illogical. That's not science. That's all. I wish they could admit science is what we can observe, study, test. This chart is not science. None of these charts are this textbook, biology textbook, says all the many forms of life on Earth today are related to a common ancestor. That's not science. We don't know that. You might believe that very strongly. Okay, believe what you want. I believe very strongly God made the world, but I don't require that be taught in the textbooks at public schools at taxpayer expense. You guys want this religion of evolution to be taught. You want these family trees to be in our textbook as if it's part of science, and everybody's required to pay for this. This isn't science. So what biologists do, to answer your question, they do good research on finding how many varieties of potatoes there are, and then they jump to the wild conclusion that potatoes are related to camels. That's not science.
Thank you, Dr. Hogan. Mark?
There's a lot to respond to in that, actually. There's a whole lot of there, starting with the etymological fallacy that you made, that the origin of a word. So this is a fallacy, a genetic fallacy, that basically says because a word's origin means, for instance, science, wisdom. Yeah, so that's an etymological fallacy. You're basically saying because it used to mean this, then it means this the same day. That's not true. It's like saying, hey, the F word comes from German meaning to strike, so therefore that's what it means. It's not a curse word. That's wrong. It is a curse word. That's what it is. It's an etymology fallacy. So you're making that fallacy right there. Science has a different meaning than what it used to in Latin. You're making a completely wrong assertion there. Observe, study, and test. We do observe, study, and test evolution. There's multiple experiments that we've done. You're sort of trying to conflate that we need to observe it directly, but no one's ever seen the Earth go around the sun directly. No one's ever seen an electron directly. It's all indirect things that we've tested and observed in a secondhand way from the effects they produce, not from observing it directly. That's how science works. And you're sort of showing that you don't understand the role of observation in science here. And when we say we believe it, it's also that the scientific institutions in America and around the world have completely backed this scientific principle. It is only your religious belief that rejects it, because you have to start with the Bible, because you're a fundamentalist Baptist. You start with the Bible and say it cannot be true because of the Bible. That is not how science works. Science is observing something that changes, in this case, the allele frequency changing over time, and then finding out the reason why and modeling it. The Bible is irrelevant to whether we teach science. And if you don't like that part of science, don't study science, because that's how it works. It doesn't give any favoritism to your book, the Muslim's book, or anybody else's book. It simply uses a process to find out the natural laws of the universe, and that's what it does. So there's all problems with what you've said, starting with the main fallacy that you made. It is because in the 1900s, that was the Latin definition of science. Then that must be the definition today. That is a fallacy, the etymological fallacy.
Okay. Well, you've given me about 14 different topics there. I'd like to go one topic.
Well, you brought up multiple topics, so okay. I'm just responding to the ones you brought up. This is a problem, because if you want a gish gallop, I'll respond to every single one.
I did just give you ample time, though, to respond to the points. Fine. So now I'm going to give him ample time, and then I will again give you ample time, unless Face Theory or Claude want to chime in. And I think it'll be more productive that way. So thank you for participating. Kent?
Okay. If he would like to change the definition of science to match his religion, that all things are related, That I don't think is logical. I don't think that's wise to do. Science means what do we know? And if some scientists have concluded that we can go beyond that, I think we could infer very logically that the sun does indeed, the Earth is spinning and be from the sun going up and going down. I think people on the other side, we could call somebody in Australia. It's sunny over there. They'd say sure. So I think we could show scientifically that the Earth is round and it spins around. So that equating the sun and the things we know scientifically without observing to evolution is a very much a false equivalency. Nobody has ever observed or ever seen how it could happen for these family trees for a protozoa to turn to a human and an ape and a bird. You want these taught in schools like this is science. This is not science. All of this is inferred. It's a religious belief. These family trees are propaganda. There is probably a family tree of dogs. There's probably a family tree of tomatoes. Tomatoes and dogs are related going back in time. How do you come to that wild conclusion? Do you believe dogs and tomatoes are related?
I posted a statistical study that comes to that exact conclusion using the statistics of genetics and phylogenetic comparison. They literally do a comparison for separate ancestry versus common ancestry, and they show unequivocally, mathematically, separate ancestry is debunked, common ancestry is supported by the actual statistics of genetics.
Those statistics did not consider, I just want to point out that study didn't consider created differences. It didn't consider created heterozygosity. So it's essentially a straw man against the creation model.
Well, it also doesn't take into account that all of the genetics falls into that model. So you may not believe it and call it propaganda, but it's not based upon nothing.
Well, that's an assertion. The genetics support separate ancestry.
Excuse me. Our understanding of the genetics and the way that all of these animals are related to each other. Even if you just look at things like endogenous retroviruses, the closer they are in that tree, the more viruses they share with each other. And you cannot dispute that because that has been absolutely proven. You said we don't show the scientifically the evolution, but we do. That's the
let's
thing.
go one point at a time. He brought up ERVs.
Well,
let's deal with
the problem
ERVs.
is that
Marguerite, don't slap and run. Don't slap and run. Okay, you know better than this. You know better than this. You're a big boy, Mark. Mark, you're a big boy. One top.
Could Donnie please be actually independent instead of chiming in on Mr. Hoven's side?
I'm not here to moderate. I'm here to debate.
Well,
I
then
was
keep
invited here to
quiet.
debate. I'm not
Keep
moderating.
quiet.
Hold it.
Look, don't bring up multiple points, then the same is true for you. If you're saying don't bring up multiple points, you do the same. Kent brought up 4 points. I tried to address all of them, but he wants to slap and run. This is hypocrisy at its greatest degree. You bring up 4 points, we try to address one, go to the next one, and then you say, oh, no, you're bringing up
here's what we're going to do.
Let's respect Kent's time here.
I'm gonna let Kent bring you 1 point.
Gish Gallop is what it's called.
Who on earth is moderating this? Who's in charge?
I'm in charge, and I'm going to start muting mics because people don't want to play.
I don't understand when you say I'm in charge. Who is the I? Who are you?
Stephen.
Stephen. You're in charge. Would you please, Stephen, would you moderate? Shut off the other mics when it's one person to talk. I won't interrupt. He asked me the definition of science. I said science has always been what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. If he wishes to add more to that, well, we can infer that tomatoes and camels are related. That's not science. But he wants to stretch make a new definition of science to include his religion. I resent that. That is corrupting science. So I asked him the simple question. I don't remember exactly what it was. Do you believe, let's pick a new one. Do you believe potatoes and camels have a common ancestor? Simple question. And please shut off my mic when it's his turn to talk.
All right, Ken.
Fantastic. So I was going to get to that, but I was interrupted before because you made multiple points. And no, we're not changing the definition of the word. You're using an old dictionary from the 1900s to say this is what science means, when it doesn't mean that word anymore. I already pointed out that's a fallacy of etymology. It is a genetic fallacy that basically you're taking a specific definition that's old and not used anymore and trying to apply it. And so when my question back to you because you do this conflation all the time. Do you mean related as in I am related to my brother or sister? Or do you mean related as in we have a common ancestor? What do you mean?
All right, Mark, I'm muting your mic. Kent, you're unmuted.
Okay. These definitions I'm showing of science were taken off the internet about a month ago. This is not 19th century science, okay? Look up science today. Google the word science. It will say knowledge gained through observations, testing, experiments, okay? How do you define science? Science is knowledge through study or practice. Science refers to acquiring knowledge. The system, observation, experimentation to describe and explain natural phenomena. Don't accuse me of using a 19th century dictionary. This is the definition of science. Science, what we can observe. We do not observe cows produce non-cows or dogs produce non-dogs. I asked you the question, and you say, you just throw out the word genetics. Is that supposed to mean something? All the genetics shows there may be variations of the genetics of the different animals, proving a common designer. Doesn't prove a common ancestor. It could just as well prove a common designer. As I've pointed out many times, almost all the programs coming out of Microsoft, Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, have thousands of identical lines of code, proving the same guys are writing the code, not proving they came from a common ancestor. You guys see the complex genetics of these different creatures and think they're proof they're related because there's some similarities. That's proof the same designer wrote the code. So I ask you again, do you think a potato and a camel came from a common ancestor? Is that question more suitable? Did the potato and a camel have a common ancestor like these charts show? These family trees show all the vegetables, all the humans, all the animals had a common ancestor. Is this part of science in your religion, Mark?
Well, that's a loaded question. It's not a religion for a start. So that's absolutely a loaded question. And this is what you went from genetic fallacy to the Microsoft to programming to common ancestors.
I am sorry. I've been very patient. No, what you are doing, Mark, has nothing to do with the argument that you were presented with. You have your response. You got it 3 times, and you keep reading all the other things that you've written down, and you keep accusing, creating ad hominems, creating straw men, and we have other people around that they want to take this seriously. So I'm sorry, Dr. Hovind. I know you have limited time, and I know all these attacks against you, and we will try our best to moderate this. Unless someone,
yes,
I would give this to Grayson, unless someone else has something to say.
Yeah, well, I do have a question that maybe between Mr. Hovind and Grayson can answer. The other day, Grayson recently laid out clearly in the discussion at DIL why there are different age layers of the Earth. And Mr. Hovind said you'd need to do some more work. You wanted to hurry on from that. So how about your response now to his points as to why the layers were a different age?
Is that for Grayson or for me? I don't understand.
That's for you, and he can comment on it once you've given your answer, your response.
Okay.
You discussed it the other day when he visited DAL. Yeah.
And he's welcome to come back. All of you, welcome to come anytime. Mark, come on down, visit DAL, all of you. Okay.
But that's not the point. The point is the question. We've heard that the people are welcome. We hear that all the time.
All right, go ahead, Doctor.
I'm sorry, I got off topic. You're invited. I'm answering the question. I think it is common sense. If you look at all these layers of the Earth that we see, there's no question the Earth has layers. Stratigraphy. I taught Earth science 15 years. I've been to all 50 states and 37 countries. I'm pretty familiar with this. There's no question the Earth has layers. I've been to Grand Canyon, top and bottom, several times. I've been all over the United States. Okay. The question is, how can we start? In 1830, they started teaching that the layers form vertically and the top layer is younger. How can it possibly be younger? Where is it coming from? Is it coming from outer space? Every molecule of dirt on the planet is the same age, whether it's 6,000 or 6 trillion. I point out that the moon holding our tide under the moon, the tidal bulge, if the Earth were spinning under that moon, under the tide, and the continents were not in the way to interrupt it. Right now, the tide goes up and down. It varies from place to place. Bay of Fundy is greater, etc. But about a 5-foot average tide up and down, because it keeps banging into things like continents and getting interrupted. During Noah's flood, the Bible teaches the world was covered in water. I believe the science points to that, because if the earth tides were not interrupted, they would become harmonic and go up and down 200 feet. If the water's going up and down 200 feet every 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes, that tidal pumping in and out of that bump, the water's going sideways. That's what formed all the layers. That's how you can easily explain polystrata fossils. There are thousands of trees standing up, running through all these layers. It's not a unique phenomena. They're all over the world. And yet they want to say these layers are different ages. I think a tree could stand there for a year while the tide going up and down makes new layers sideways, but it's not going to stand there for millions of years. And they don't answer this except to say it's an anomaly. No, there's lots of them. North of me in Birmingham, Alabama, there's a coal mine with lots of petrified trees standing up, running through these layers. My point is, it is not logical to say these layers are millions of years different in age when we have petrified trees connecting them. And where is the layer coming from? Where was the Holocene sitting? Where was all that dirt sitting for 2.5 billion years? I just say there is no geologic column. It was made up in 1830. It does not exist anywhere in the world except the textbooks. It's silly to believe these layers are different ages. That's my humble opinion on the topic. Okay.
Okay, well, I'll leave it to Grayson, maybe if I can ask him to step in. But you did mention that you took.
All right, thank you for that, Claude. That was your question, and you said you were going to let Base Theory answer it.
Can I just get one more little? It's
yes,
related.
quickly, Claude. Yes.
Yes. When you were teaching earth science, what was your highest qualification that you?
All right. So thank you for participating, Claude, but not really. All right. So Base Theory, we're going to give it to you if you want to actually address this.
Yeah. Okay. So what Kent just went through was, I would say, a straw man for specifically him saying that we have polystrate fossils connecting layers that are like the scientists say are millions of years apart. I challenge one person to find, I challenge anybody to find me one example of this, because that's just not the case. When we have polystrate fossils, the scientific consensus is literally saying that those polystrate fossils are between layers that are very close in time, like between a few years to a decade or two. Nobody is saying that there are polystrate fossils connecting layers that are separated by millions of years. So that's just a total straw man. There's no one is saying that. Polystrate fossils are extremely well characterized in the scientific consensus. Like, we understand what causes them. They're not a big problem for the evolutionary model. And he didn't really answer the question that was asked, I felt, about like the ages of the different layers and everything. So I'll just leave it at that. All right. Also, I'm glad that Mark is back, because I don't think that he was kicked for good reasons.
Okay. So, Grayson, you several times in the last few minutes said, scientists say, scientific consensus, blah, blah, blah. What if some scientists started saying, wow, these layers are all the same age within a year of each other, where tidal pumping would form all that? It is scientific. First of all, do you speak for all scientists? There are quite a few scientists who do not believe the layers are all different ages. There are quite a few scientists who, first of all, in order to be a scientist in your mind, you have to believe in evolution. Otherwise, you're not a scientist. Is that correct?
Nope, you just have to do science.
Okay. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. I can make 20 layers right here in this sand thing in 5 minutes. Because the sideways movement of the water automatically sorts particles by density, by surface friction with the water. There's a different watch the video, experiments in stratification. The layers form sideways when the water's moving sideways. Exactly what we would have in Noah's flood, with the earth turning under the moon, holding this big tidal bulge. The moon made all the layers to the earth by the tidal pumping in and out. Every 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes, it would change. So you're wanting me to believe that this Holocene dirt and the Pleistocene and all these different layers of dirt on top are billions of years younger. I keep asking the question, where did it come from? Is it coming from outer space? Are layers being added to the earth? Is it growing like tree rings?
No, I've answered this countless times now. Multiple people have. Like, it comes from like deposition, volcanism, and metamorphic processes. It's not coming from space. People have explained this to you so many times, Kent. And like, yeah, I mean, there was just you brought up a lot of different points right there, but yeah, I can just leave it at that and let somebody else.
Well, let me
talk.
jump in real quick.
Would it be okay if I say something real fast?
Hold on, guys. Let Donnie respond, and then Dr. Hoven can respond, and then we'll let the next evolutionist have their say.
Well, I want Dr. Hoven to respond because my question to Grayson would be, you've quote unquote responded to that question dozens of times apparently, but hasn't Kent responded to your responses dozens of times with volcanism and deposition, for example, erosion? I personally asked Kent if those answers would satisfy Kent's question. He's responded. And so, Kent, why don't we hand it over to you and feel free to respond again.
Would it be okay if I say something real fast?
Well, first of all, how is volcanism? A volcano is taking material that already exists, heating it up, changing it to lava, shooting it out, and it's landing again. Is it now a different age? It's the same material, been reheated.
Because
this is you're not answering the question. No. Where is the new material coming from? Rearranging it, changing it to metamorphic rock. There's thousands of layers of sedimentary rock. That's not metamorphic. I mean, that's not igneous. Okay. Where's that new layer of sedimentary rock coming from? And why is it a different age?
For the 1000th time, you're not dating the actual material itself. You're dating the formation of the layer. I feel like I've been over this with you so many times. I don't know why you cannot just accept and comprehend that point. You are not dating the material itself. The atoms that make up my body are the same age as the atoms that make up your body, but we're different ages because we formed at different times. Like, come on, this is obvious to everyone.
All right. Well, Grayson, thank you for that reply. I've promised AJ that he could ask Kent Hoven a question. AJ, you can ask your question now.
Okay. Am I still muted or no?
No, we hear you.
Okay. Okay. I just have one question for Kent. Kent, do you still believe that in order to prove evolution, we would have to witness a dog giving birth to a rat or a pine cone?
Well, the word evolution has 6 different levels, stages, or meanings. In order to see what you guys want us to teach and believe, we would have to see a dog producing something that anybody would consider a non-dog. Has that ever happened? Have you ever seen or heard of a dog producing a non-dog baby?
Okay, let me rephrase my question because it's extremely specific. Have you ever said that in order to prove evolution, we would have to witness a dog giving birth to a rat or a pine cone? Did you ever say that?
I have said you guys believe over billions of years the rat and the pine cone had a common ancestor and the dog. That's not science. No, I don't think I've ever said. Maybe I have. I don't recall ever saying that a dog gave birth to a pine tree or a rat. But has there ever been any animal or tree or plant that's been observed to produce offspring other than its kind? This evolution only takes place in your imagination. If you just imagine billions of years ago or over millions of generations, we can't see that. That's not science. I wish you guys would admit you have a religion. We could get along fine.
I've already addressed this because we can't see an electron either. We can't see the Earth go round the sun. We have to take indirect evidence of these things. And I never got my question answered. AJ didn't get his answered because he asked you, have you said in order to convince you, or maybe I should rephrase it so you actually answer a question rather than this gish gallop that goes off topic.
But let me ask you, Mark, is there actually an answer that Dr. Hoven could ever give you that you would ever accept as an answer? Because he's answered your question in no less than 100 different manners, none of which are to your suitability.
No,
what answer would make you happy? What answer, Mark?
The question was, would it require you to see a dog coming from a non-dog in order to convince you of evolution? And he's gone on about fairy tales and imagination and all this stuff. That's not an answer to the question.
The answer no. Okay. The answer to the question is everybody has ever observed in all of recorded history is dogs produce dogs, and we've gotten a pretty wild variety of dogs now, from Great Dane to Chihuahua. Nobody has ever observed anything go outside of what anybody would consider the dog kind. Now, the Bible says they will always bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever observed. So why on earth would you guys want us to believe, we can imagine over millions of years, that the dog and the banana have a common ancestor? We know we can crossbreed dogs and wolves, coyotes and wolves, dogs and coyotes. They can all be crossbred. They're probably the same kind. But we can't crossbreed any of them with a banana. I'm trying to give illustrations where you guys will stop and comprehend. You don't understand that you have a religion. You believe the dog and the banana have a common ancestor. Don't you, AJ?
All right, AJ, I'm going to let you answer.
Okay, I would be more than happy to answer any of Kent's questions, but just I would like to get an answer to my question first, because I'm asking this in an extremely literal sense. Kent, have you ever said this exact sentence word for word? And I would like a yes or no answer, please. Did you ever say that in order to prove evolution, we would have to see a dog give birth to a rat or a pinecoat? Did you ever say that sentence?
I don't recall. I may have. What difference would that make? It's not. We don't see it. Now back to my question. I don't recall. You can probably go back and search my tape. That's all you do with your job is search my videos. You don't have any content of your own. But has anybody ever observed any animal produce? Let's take the dogs for example. In all the wild varieties of dogs now available, has anybody ever observed a birth coming from one of these creatures that anybody would consider a non-dog?
Okay, I thought we weren't going to make personal attacks. I thought that was going to happen, but you've just said that's all you do on your channel to AJ's, which is just a personal attack.
His channel, all of his videos are about me. He wouldn't do anything without me. I've made his.
Yeah, well, it's better than the homophobia you have.
Okay, so Mark, do you have another question about? If you have another question about evolution or creation, you can ask it now. If you don't have another question, Mark, then I'm going to give it to base theory. And that's the way this game is going to play. If you don't like the rules, go play a different game at a different table. That's the offer. Base theory, go.
I will respect what you just said, Stephen, because I was about to kick him for this comment and ban him from this discussion. But I will respect you.
All right, base theory. You have a question for Kent?
Sure. I like this study right here. If I could share my screen,
I'll share it for you.
Cool. Yeah. Statistical evidence for common ancestry. This is the statistical test that I was talking about, where they actually examined the genetic data and tested separate ancestry or common ancestry, and created heterozygosity, like Donnie brought up, would absolutely not change this test in the slightest. So how do you explain this test, which definitively shows that common ancestry is supported by the data and separate ancestry is discarded by the data?
It would change the results. I'll say that.
Nope.
Okay. Yes. I would have to read it. I didn't read it. I just flashed it up on screen real quick. If there is common genetics, is that what they're talking about? And they've come to the conclusion that this means common ancestry. I would say that is silly. It could just as well mean a common designer.
Kent, I want to jump in because Grayson was very vague. All that study showed, and I've responded to this years ago. Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson, PhD from Harvard, responded to this. All it revealed is that there's genetic level hierarchies. We share more with the chimpanzee than we do with a dog or with a fish. So it just shows that there's a nested hierarchy in the biological world. That doesn't prove common ancestry more than it proves separate ancestry. I just wanted to be a little more detailed.
Yeah,
you're too vague, Grayson. You got to give more details on these papers.
Okay, I was server muted there for a second. All right, if I'm allowed to talk right now, the study itself did account for this whole contention of common design by specifically controlling for functionality. So they showed whether or not these things were similar just because they were like serving common functions, and they definitively ruled that out.
No, it just showed hierarchies.
See, now Donnie's interrupting me. What he's allowed to interrupt. I'm not allowed to
explain nested hierarchy.
Interrupt anybody.
Evolution. It just showed hierarchies. That's it.
We get some moderation to control Donnie.
Well, base theory, you've had 4 opportunities to present your arguments now, and Donnie has spoken twice. So if we're going to go off of a fair time scale, it would be fair for you to allow Donnie to respond, unless you're afraid of the information.
It's not that he's responding, though.
In the middle of a sentence. Come on. Yeah.
He's interrupting me in the middle of a sentence. That's different. But
all right.
Okay.
Thank
So-
you, Grayson.
What we should do, to be fair, is hand it back to Ket. And essentially the question based on this paper is, does the existence of nested hierarchies demonstrate common ancestry? Because that's all it demonstrated. So Ket, feel free to respond.
Well, I think if there is common genetics between us and an ape and us and other creatures, we could come to one of two conclusions: common ancestor or common designer. It could be, he said, the study did account for functionality. I would say the code required to make the incredible billions of lines of code just to make you be able to use your flexors and extenders and to be able to flex your fingers in and out, I think that would take a whole lot of lines of code. Get a computer to do that, okay? The robots they've got, okay? There's a lot of lines of code to make the robot just do that. The monkey does the same thing. So we probably have identical lines of code for the monkey to close his fist and for us to close ours, not because of common ancestor, but because of common designer. That's the way you have to have the lines of code. So again, you're jumping to the wrong conclusion. So you said they accounted for functionality like we're supposed to just, oh, wow, you're right. Okay, no. It could just as well prove the same designer wrote the code. My PowerPoint program and my Microsoft Word both take me to the same spell check. Millions of lines of code for spell check in two different programs. Wow. That proves they both evolved from an explosion in a print factory. This is the logic you guys have. You see similarities and conclude ancestry instead of concluding designer. The code that we're talking about, Grayson, is so complex. The code, the DNA code, is more complex than all the lines of code ever written by man combined. It's unbelievable. They say if you took the chromosomes from one person, unwound them, tied them all together, 46 chromosomes for each of your 100 trillion cells, it would go across the solar system twice. That's the code we're talking about. And so the monkeys have thousands of lines of identical code. Still doesn't prove common ancestor. How can you not get it? It could prove common designer. My last point would be, even if it's true that it's common ancestor, it's not science yet. We can't demonstrate it. It shouldn't be taught in schools. It's still just a hypothesis. It shouldn't be taught at taxpayer expense where everybody's required to pay for your religion to be taught. I'm going to fight that till I die, and then my videos are going to go a long time after that. So good luck with that one.
All right, Mark, you will have another chance to respond, but I want to let Ken Rock get a question in because I believe he's on your guys' side and he hasn't had a chance to say anything yet. So Ken Rock, go ahead.
Thank you. Am I caught up with you guys? My device is kind of lagging.
No, yeah, we hear you fine.
Okay, sweet. So the first thing I would like to respond to and ask Kent is, he says that we never see creatures come from other kinds, but we got like cows that were produced by the ancestors known as buffalo. We have dogs which come from wolves, and we have the banana which was related to the plantain. So how can you sit there with those three examples alone and say we don't know any kinds that's come from other kinds?
Okay, it was very garbled. I'm not sure I got all that. You said we do have cows, varieties of cows that came from. I know you said. I think you said we have dogs came from wolves. I would agree with that. But
dogs came from wolves. Cows came from buffaloes, and bananas are related to plantains.
I don't know that cows came from buffalo, and cows and buffalo may indeed have a common ancestor, but it would look like a cow, a four-wheel drive, hoof, split hoof, gives milk on the backside. So the females do. So I think that if you're saying that because cows and buffaloes are related and wolves and dogs are related, therefore dogs are related to mosquitoes, this is what these textbooks teach. Look at this. Protozoa slowly turned into everything. Biology teacher, worms, mollusks, spiders, reptiles, frogs. This isn't science. This is propaganda. That's all. I'm just objecting to these kind of charts being in our school textbook because it's simply not science. I'll find one that has a dog on there somewhere. But this is what they teach. You guys believe everything has a common ancestor. I would say the buffalo and the cow might have one. That'd be a good study. But what would that prove? Would that therefore prove that?
It would prove that different animals can come from a similar animal. Because I didn't say these things are related, therefore all things are related to mosquitoes. I just said these animals are different kinds of animals and they're related.
Well, that goes back to the definition of the word kind. There's 26 different definitions of the word species. And I'm not required to define what a kind is. I'm not asking my religion to be taught. I know the Bible says 24 times in the first 7 chapters the animals will always bring forth after their kind. Nobody's ever given me an example of what they would consider a different kind. Do you think a buffalo and a cow are a different kind of animal?
All right, Grayson, I'm going to let you answer that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start with this. I mean, again, we can use evolution to make testable, repeatable scientific predictions of like anatomical changes that would be observable in predicted layers of the fossil record. It checks out. It's a scientific theory. Universal common ancestry is accepted. I showed a study that's demonstrating that using statistics and genetics. So there you go. It's science.
So in a sense, what you're saying is we have X equals Y equals Z, and because there's a big circle of people that agree with each other, you're right.
No, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that every single reputable scientific institution from the National Academy of Science there are more scientists that believe in evolution and affirm evolution called Steve than there are scientists that don't believe in evolution. Do you realize that? That the amount of people that are actually against evolution is so fleetingly
bogus.
The amount of scientists called Steve outnumber them. Like, it is such a marginalized view and religious view. And
Mark, can I ask you a question?
Well, I never got my first question answered.
Well, I haven't been able to ask any questions tonight. So my question for you, Mark, you're very rude. My question for you, Mark, if you're brave enough to answer it, and I will ask it now, is how many scientists are named Steve for you to make such a bizarre claim with an authoritative emotion behind it? Can you give me the number, please?
It's called the Steve Project that they did. Am I still muted?
No, I unmuted you.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's great that you sort of mute me right in the middle of me talking and interrupt me. It's not very cool.
Okay, so that's unproductive. Grayson, do you have another question for Dr. Hovind, or I'll give it back to Ken Rock?
To comment first before you.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Okay, these guys always resort to this majority opinion argument, which is a really weak argument for anything. Is the majority opinion in China that communism is good? Yeah. Does that make it true? No. It means if you don't believe it, you don't get published in peer-reviewed journals, that's for sure. Majority opinion in China is that communism is good. That doesn't make it true. Majority opinion in Iran is that Islam is good. You believe Islam is good? The majority of people do, okay? The majority opinion if you don't agree, they'll cut your head off. Yeah. All it means is somebody has taken control. The majority opinion in Nazi Germany was that Hitler was a good guy and everything's fine and Nazism's good and we should wipe out the inferior species, like the blacks and the Jews. Does majority opinion mean it's true? How many peer-reviewed journals published articles against Hitler during Hitler's reign? Probably none. You outlaw the opposition, you line them up and shoot them. Okay, they don't shoot them in our country, but they ban them from teaching in universities. So your argument for majority opinion is flawed on its surface, okay? It doesn't matter if everybody believed the moon was made of green cheese, that wouldn't make it made of green cheese. I think it's time, all through history, the history of science is somebody stands up and says, wait a minute, that's not true. For years, everybody said you can't get a heavier than air object to fly. The Wright brothers said, we think we can do it. Well, you can't do it. The majority opinion was against them. And guess what? They were right. So your whole argument for majority opinion is flawed and infantile, in my humble opinion. That doesn't mean anything. The fact is, where is the evidence of a dog producing a non-dog? I'll make a scientific prediction. You can go on breeding dogs from now till the cows come home, and you always get a dog, and there are limits. They have now gotten dogs as big as a Great Dane and small as a Chihuahua. I predict there are limits. I predict they will never get a dog as small as a flea, even though there are animals as small as a flea. I make a scientific prediction. There's a limit to the variety of dogs. How's that? And they'll never get one as big as an elephant. I just made it. So, and you keep changing, Mark, between believe and affirm. You caught yourself, didn't you? No, you believe in evolution. You don't affirm evolution. You believe in it. Okay, didn't know I was going to be.
That was a question for me. Sure, I'll answer that. So affirm is sort of knowledge, and knowledge is a subset of belief. So in order to know something, you must, of course, believe it as well. There's no difference between that. And if you knew about how like critical thinking, you would know that. So they both affirm and they know and they believe that evolution is true and it's a science. And I think this is getting bad as a Darth Dawkins thing when I'm just getting cut off in the middle of what I'm saying. It's getting as bad as that. I never got my question answered, which was, what are other sciences doing that evolutionary biologists are not, that would make them sciences and evolutionary biology not? You keep saying, hey, we never observed this. And I've said, hey, we never observe, and Beansy gave a great one, we never observed Pluto going around the sun either. It's too dark. We can't see it. And it takes thousands of years to go around the sun. But we know that it will. And that is science too. The fact that we can't directly observe it doesn't make it not science, and that is affirmed by National Academy of Sciences, National Teaching Center for Sciences, every single scientific institution, bar the religious ones. And all this is projection, with the Baptists going, hey, you're a religion and we're science. No, that's not how this works. That's not how this works. All you're doing is just trying to flip the script, and it's not going to work, Kent. It hasn't worked so far. It's never going to work.
It's probably never going to work for you. I agree. Okay. But I think everybody would say what we've observed is there are dogs that produce a variety of dogs. And again, you went right back to your majority opinion. Well, the National Academy of Science doesn't matter what the majority thinks or teaches. And you don't know that that is the majority. You know, that's the majority that gets to speak. There probably were a lot of people against Hitler that were afraid to speak out or were put in prison for speaking out. So your majority opinion argument is fatally flawed. Just leave it alone. Get a new argument. Okay. Doesn't matter what everybody thinks. The fact is, we observe varieties of dogs. We observe there are limits. But you want to ignore the limits and say, wow, dogs are related to mosquitoes. They have a common ancestor. So I'll ask it real simply. Mark Reed, do you believe dogs and mosquitoes have a common ancestor like these charts show? Do you believe this should be required teaching, that all the insects, that include mosquitoes, are related to all the dogs? Do you believe they have a common ancestor? Just a yes or no, please, without a big speech.
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't think that's science. I think that's a religious belief, and you're welcome to it. Keep your religion. This is America.
That's the religious belief.
Don't make me pay for your religion to be taught to all the kids. I'm going to fight that till I die. This is not
what
science.
You just stated is a religious belief. That's a religious belief.
This is a belief you take on faith. You believe if we had billions of years, the protist would slowly turn to, some of them to a mosquito and some to a dog. Do you believe the single-celled protist, or whatever one you want to start with, slowly over billions of years changed, even though we've never seen a protist produce a non-protist? We've never seen a cow produce a non-cow. We've never seen any of these creatures produce offspring. Some have a very short generation time. Some have an 8-hour generation time. Get born, grow up, get married, have babies in 8 hours. We could observe thousands and millions of generations. Why don't we see it happen today? It only happens in the distant past where we can't observe it. It's imagination. It's a religious belief. That's all.
Okay, I just would like to be clear, because earlier you would characterize my argument as being an argument for the consensus. I just want to say that's not at all what I ever said. I was bringing evidence, right? If there's evidence against the consensus, I'm going to go with the evidence. I'm bringing forward evidence showing that your model cannot be true and that the evidence is supporting common universal ancestry. So I would just like to say, I'm not making an argument from consensus. I'm not doing any kind of religious argumentation here. I don't have any religious beliefs about this stuff. I'm purely being led by where the evidence shows. And we know the evidence from the speed of light, from the cosmic microwave background, from zircon dating. We know the ages of these things involved, and we know universal common ancestry from genetics and the fossil record.
Okay, Grayson, we've been over this a couple times. Let's take one topic at a time. There is no such thing as a fossil record. There are fossils by the trillions, but none of them talk. None of them have a date on them. You have to put your interpretation on them. This is a detective arriving on the scene, seeing the evidence, and trying to come to the conclusion of what happened. You see the layers of the earth contain different types of dead things that have turned to fossils. I see the same layers. I got a huge fossil collection here. You saw it, okay? You come to the conclusion that these are somehow those fossils that we find were able to do something that no animal today can do. that fossil whale was able to produce a non-whale baby or change to something else. I see the evidence of, wow, dogs always make baby dogs. I bet they did in the past too. So the evidence, you did not offer any evidence against my consensus or my theory. I believe they always bring forth after their kind. You said you cited a genetic study, which I've not had time to read, but I think Donnie is right. If there are similarities in the gene code of all these different creatures, that doesn't prove common ancestry, doesn't prove relatedness. It proves the same designer wrote the code.
So it actually doesn't, and we can point to cases of what we would call convergent evolution. I don't know what your term is, but you can find things that have very, very common design that have very, very different genetics. So common design is not a successful way to determine what the genetics should be. So therefore, it fails as an explanation for common nested hierarchical patterns of genetics. Common design fails as an explanation for that.
Well, you're saying that, but I disagree. You didn't give any specifics I can cut my teeth into. What we've observed is we've seen hundreds of varieties of creatures, like cows produce cows, and there's now 450 recognized breeds of cows. Okay? Farmers have noted they've reached a limit. Probably all the cows had a common ancestor called a cow. I accept the fact that cows can jump. Nobody argues that. The world record now, I think, is a cow jumping over a 6-foot fence. Okay? But I bet there's a limit. I bet there are animals that can jump higher than a cow. So I accept the fact they can jump. I do not accept the fact that if we work at it long enough, they'll be able to jump over the moon. That would be an illogical conclusion. There are lots of things that would limit that. I accept the fact that we get Chihuahuas and Great Danes from a common ancestor. I do not accept the fact that therefore mosquitoes and Chihuahuas have a common ancestor. That's your wild conclusion. This is not looking at the evidence and coming to a logical conclusion. What if we discover the mosquito DNA has lots of identical lines of code to the dog DNA? And they probably do. Maybe they both have DNA code that allows limbs to flex and bend. Well, the dogs do that, and the mosquitoes have legs that bend. It doesn't prove common ancestry. It proves a common designer. Actually, neither could be proven, I suppose. They're both religious beliefs. The difference is, I admit mine's a religion. You don't admit yours is a religion. You're desperately clinging on to it. And it's nothing but a religion. Evolution is nothing but a dangerous religion.
Grayson, I'll give you another chance to reply, but Donnie has a question, and Dustin has a question, and Mark Reed wants to get back. So, okay. Donnie, go ahead with your question.
Well, Donnie said he was away from the keyboard right now, so.
Oh, okay. So, Dustin, go ahead with your question.
Hey, Ken Hovind, why do you suppose that there are no future predictions as far as the evolutionists are concerned? Like, for example, what next evolutionary step that animals might take, or what next evolutionary step humans might take?
I don't know why they don't make predictions. I have a book that's full of predictions. I predict we're going to see the world get really bad. I predict we're going to see a time where cash is no longer used. It's going to have to be an all electronic transaction. That was predicted 2,000 years ago. I can give you lots of predictions in the book, if you like. I predicted 600 years before it happened that Jesus would be born in Bethlehem to a virgin. Wow. I believe that happened. But so we're back off topic a little bit. So I don't think evolution offers any predictions. I think you would see if we've been able to breed dogs that are lots of different varieties of dogs, nobody argues with that. They've now developed the greyhound that can run really fast. I predict they will never be able to get one with wings on it that can go 2,000 miles an hour. I predict there's a limit to speed. I predict there's a limit to size. I predict they're not going to see anything beyond what we've probably already reached the limit in just about all these. Probably Chihuahuas about as small as teacup Chihuahua. Get me a dog as small as a flea, or a dog as big as a whale. There's animals out there as big as a whale, like a whale. So why does it seem to be a limit? All the evolutionists, they make these charts and show, look at all these dog varieties, yeah? This was the guy, I forget his name now, Stephen. He said, yeah, we have these dogs from India, China, North America, Europe. I agree. And they came from a gray wolf. Okay, I agree. But then they want me to teach that all these dogs are related to a common ancestor with a mosquito. That's where it's not only not science, it's just plain silly. Just plain silly, okay?
All right, we have your hour is up, Dr. Hovind, so we would love for you to stick around if you'd like, but you are technically free of your obligation now. I'm going to let Mark Reed ask one more question. He's been saving it. unless you do want to stick around a little bit longer. It's up to you, Doctor. But Mark, go ahead,
Yeah.
Doctor.
I'll stick around a
Yeah,
little
sure.
longer and then give my closing comment, and then I do have to go. Yeah, go ahead, Mark. Let's hear it.
Yeah, the only reason the subject's changing is you're changing it, Ken. There's plenty of predictions in evolutionary science. But the one that I want to ask was, you said there's a limit on how big dogs can grow, how big this can, how big that can grow. Can you please provide me with a citation for a paper that shows that limit that you're talking about, and what physical mechanism in the actual organism would do this? Could you please point out specifically where that is? And can you please provide me with a reference to a paper outlining the genetic sequence that limits the growth of the animal?
So you're still stuck on majority opinion because it's not in a peer-reviewed article, therefore it's not
an
science.
answer.
Okay? Yeah, you are too. You're stuck completely in that little mode. Okay. I think all of human observation will tell you nobody's ever seen a dog produce a non-dog. Nobody. A lot of dogs have been raised down through history. I mean, like a whole bunch of them. Nobody's ever observed what you guys believe happened. You want to put the dog on a family tree with a line connecting it back to the mosquito family tree. And you want to call that science. It's not science. So as far as you said, there's a lot of predictions. Okay, I don't think you didn't give any examples. But anyway, my hour's up. I'm beat. I got to go. It's been a long day. So Mark, call Donnie, schedule another debate, pick one topic only, and we'll stay on that topic. I think the evidence from all the genetic research shows there's a lot of lines of code that are similar. That's what it shows. It does not.
You've never stayed on topic in any of our debates, Kent. That's the problem.
Okay. All right. Donnie, or who else?
Stephen.
Stephen.
I know, Doctor. It's been a long day for you.
I love these. I'm going to defend these till I die. You guys want to believe you came from a rock, which came from a dot of nothing exploding. And Grayson believes everything fit in a dot because they've been able now to do it. Or I don't think they've done it, but okay. So you guys believe what you want. I pray for you. I'd like to see you come to the Lord. Come visit our ministry. Alabama. Hold on, I'm not done talking here. You're all invited here. You're invited to call me, 855 Big Dino, extension 3. I take calls all day and half the night. And you're invited to debate me anytime on the topic. I want to see where's the evidence for these crazy family trees. There isn't any. You want me to pay to have all the kids taught that a human and a bird and a ladybug have a common ancestor. I'm never going to be happy with that. Move on to somebody else, because I'm going to fight that till I die. That is propaganda. That's not science. You might infer that from the genetics. Okay. Anyway, I got to go. Thank you so much for having me, Stephen. I'm so sorry I forgot it was late, but we'll do it again another night. Okay. I'm beat. See you tomorrow. Bye.
All right.
Thank you for all you do, Doc. I can't wait to see you again.
Much love, Ken Hovind.
Well, that was disappointing. He didn't really answer any questions. I feel like the dodging was incredible.
He did answer the questions, Mark. If you didn't like the question, if you didn't like the answers, I'm sorry, but he did answer the questions.
I mean, honestly, it's a failure to communicate, Mark, because he never fully understands the question you're asking, and you never fully accept the answer that he gives. Like you guys talk past each other.
No, because I ask things like, what is this thing doing that isn't? And it's just sort of these talking points, these things that we've all heard 10 million times before that don't have anything to do with the question. That's the problem. And I gotta say, like, he goes on to sort of make 4 points in a row, and I try to address them, and then you blame me for bringing up multiple points. That's the shtick. That's the gish gallop in a nutshell.
I did hear him answer your questions, and if you didn't like the answers that he gave you, I don't know we can't really do anything about that. That's just the way it is, and we just can't keep going over one question formatted in a different way 20 different times. It's not productive.
Not just that, but there's one Kent Hovind. There were 3 of you guys, and Mark, you overtalk a lot. I like you, but you overtalk a lot.
So, Mark, what are some of these?
Wait, Dustin. I know that if people do overtalk me, I give them the same treatment. I'm not afraid to roll around in the mud if people want to do that. But people interrupt me, I'll interrupt them. You'll probably notice that I have a reciprocal way of talking to people. If they respect me, I respect them. The problem is that when you're sort of just interrupting me, and then when I say, hey, you interrupted me, you just interrupt me again. I'm not going to respect you at that point, Stephen, because you've started interrupting me. That's at the point where I'm going to say, well, I'm not going to hold my tongue like I usually do.
Right.
And I don't
But
see
then,
why I should.
but then when you escalate it and it gets to a point where it's borderline disrespectful, that then forces my hand to escalate. And as an American, I just dropped the atomic bomb, and I will turn Australia. Australia into a parking lot. So I mean, that's
you
just where we're at.
sidecar instigator.
Well, do
So we have Donnie here. Donnie, is he going to be taking the floor now? Is that what we're going to be doing?
Yes, Donnie's here, and I don't know if he's back from his keyboard yet, but as soon as he is, we'll let the guys continue engaging. But if you guys,
Base theory.
What? Hold on, Dustin. Achilles, go ahead.
Mark, you asked a very simple question at the beginning, and you made me happy.
Yes.
Okay, who is having a phone?
Who is that?
I have no idea. It's not me.
Ryan.
Look like Ryan. Okay, the guilty person just showed up. Okay, so you asked a very simple question. You got a very simple answer.
I don't think they want to hear what
Wait
you've
a
got to
minute.
say.
You just spent 5 minutes explaining why you don't want to get interrupted. Allow me.
No. You were interrupted by
you
music.
go.
I was referring to the music.
Oh,
You didn't hear that?
no, okay, I was asking a question, and because there are too many on the panel, this is kind of tough.
There's too
Ryan,
much crosstalk. Too
that's
much
the-
crosstalk.
Guys, one at a time. Jiminy Cricket, hard.
So, you asked a definition for science. You got the definition of science.
I didn't.
Immediately,
I didn't.
let me finish. And immediately, you said that, oh, this is what you always do. You are going back to an archaic version of the definition on the 1930s dictionary. And he gave you a response, and I brought up Google, as he said, showing you that this is right now the definition of science as he gave you. But from that point on, you kept going on that was not a definition, and we spent 45 minutes going back and forth on that subject.
We can't do that.
All right, Mark, hold on. Actually,
you're muted, Mark. You're
The
muted.
systematic
Now you're
study of
muted.
the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation,
Bring it up,
and the
bring it
testing
up. Where
of
are you
theories
reading
against
it?
the
Bring it up.
evidence of-
Bring it up.
The Oxford Languages, the first definition, number one.
My brother, I
the
told you
world of
Google.
science
I
and
don't know why
technology.
you went to Oxford.
Excuse
I
me, I'm
told you
trying to read this
Google.
out. Like,
Achilles,
Google.
let him read it.
Just
what do you mean
Google.
Google? Google doesn't have definitions just built into it. What are you
Mark, share your
talking
screen.
about?
Mark,
It's a search
share
engine.
your screen. And
What
then
is
after you read this, I'm
it?
going to actually, while you're pulling that up, Mark, because if you're reading it, I want to see it with my own eyes. Prove it to me. And
Are we
also,
talking about the
praise,
definition of science still?
Open, 1 second. Praise, welcome to the panel. I'm sorry I wasn't able to greet you earlier. Thank you for coming back, and this should be fun.
You need me to zoom in.
Appreciate you having me, man. And I'd like to respond to Mark on Project Steve. I think that he is misleading there. So come on, Mark. That is disingenuous, man. I'm going to respond to that. Go ahead.
Much.
Okay.
I mean, I can respond to it now if you guys want me to.
Oh, no,
Like,
go
you
ahead,
told me to
Mark. Can you
Google
read
it,
for me,
and-
please?
Tell us about Project
It
Steve.
should
Praise.
be up on the screen. No. I wanna address this. It should be
Okay.
up on the screen
Exactly.
right
So
now.
please read for me.
The systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against evidence obtained.
Stop right there. It's done. Isn't that what he was talking to you about? Are you a mature
No.
person
Do you
or
see
not?
the child's thing on the right? What is science? The word science has come from a Latin word that means knowledge. This is called the etymological fallacy.
And then
okay,
he
it's a logical.
continued, Mark. And then he
Excuse me, I'm
continued, Mark.
talking.
He continued. What you are doing right
Guys,
now.
moderation,
Guys, let's
please.
go one at a time.
Permission
One at
for
a time.
moderation. This fallacy means that you're taking the old usage of a word, or in an etymological sense, word's etymology, its development, applying it to what it means now. And that is a fallacy. And when I said a genetic fallacy, Kent thought I was talking about genetics. No, a genetic fallacy is basically where the origins of something, you're saying, hey, it means this because of the origins. That's a fallacy, right? So it's like when I explained that the F word comes from German meaning to strike. So if I said, hey, because it comes from German meaning to strike, it's not a swear word, that's a fallacy of etymology. That's not what it means anymore. And the same is true if you want to refer to the Latin and the old usage of science as knowledge. And I brought up the definition. I showed you. That is the new definition. That is the definition it has been for hundreds of years. It's not changing the definition.
Okay, but what you've done is ignore his answer, like the headphones you are wearing are going through something that I don't know if it's there anymore. You ignored the fact. You ignored the fact that he continues his answer.
Guys,
let me finish.
That's just
you ignore the fact.
Actually, can I jump in real quick?
Donnie, go ahead and jump in, and then I'm going to let Praise start his engagement with Mark. Guys, one at a time. I mean, you're all adults. Can you guys all act like you have driver's license and you wear big boy pants every day? Or do I have to come to your house and pick out your shoes and tell you which foot it goes on? Like, grow up, fellas. No, guys, it has, come on, one at a time.
Yeah,
in
but
every country around the world, we have patience.
Yes, but somebody has to expose this. The definition was right there. It was, you can read it. It's exactly what Dr. Hovind said. It's things we can observe through observation and experimentation. And he ignores that.
All right.
Period.
Noted. Donnie, go ahead.
So from the first hour of tonight's discussion was a lot of fun, very engaging, lots of great points brought up that I'd like to discuss in detail. And so I have noted down at least 3 major points that I would love to go back and forth on with those on the panel. We can make it just a general open mic discussion. I know Praise was saying he wants to get in on some of it too. And so I've got ERVs, statistical hierarchies. That's an interesting one. And also rock strata and some of the points pertaining to that. Steve, no worries. You don't have to put me full screen or anything.
Yeah, go ahead.
And so with Praise, I want to respect Praise. Before we get into, I'd like to go into ERVs a bit. Correct me if I'm wrong. That was one of the first major points Mark brought up a little while ago. And I don't think we really engaged that for the last hour. And so Praise, I know you wanted to present something on the Steve project. So why don't you do that? Allow Mark to respond. And then let's jump into some of these other topics that were brought up.
Yeah, so if you look at the background details of Project Steve, that's not only the word Steve, it's Stephen, Stephanie, and any type of arrangement of the aggregate of STE, which it encompasses, it's a huge swath of people. I don't care how you slice it, Mark, and you were disingenuous about that. And also it talks about, theistic evolutionists who believe God guided it as well. So you need to take that into account. So it's not as big as number like you try to make it sound like. And I just think you should be more upfront with the real statistics and tell people about Project Steve and not be, like trying to veil it and stuff. But that's just what I wanted to bring up. So go ahead.
No, it's not a huge swath. So it's any variation of Steve, including female forms, and Steve in other languages like Stefan, as you mentioned. But it still is just the ones with Steve, Stephanie, Stefan, Stephen, these variations. It's not anyone starting an STE. I want to make that clear. That's not true. That's 100% wrong. It's just any variation on Steve, Stefan, or even the female version, Stephanie, as you said. Now, even people that are religious and believe in evolution, I didn't misspeak. That's people that believe and affirm evolution, right? That accept evolution as a fact. So that's not, I was not disingenuous in any way. Even if they think that God started the process rolling, they still support evolution. Like, you're trying to make it sound like, oh yeah, they don't support evolution, but they went on the Steve project. And I think last count, and I'm glad you made me look this up, it was 1,400 and something or 300 and something people that are on this list. There's only like 600 or so creationist scientists that don't believe in evolution. So they've more than doubled their number. And that's just people with variations on the name Steve.
So I like to respond to that. Well, I see different. It says here that any aggregate of letters starting with STE, but maybe that's a wrong source. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But if you check out dissentfromdarwin.org, you have at least 6,000 scientists who dissent from Darwinian evolution. So we have there's actually a website that I would say destroys Project Steve, debunked. How do you like them apples, Mark?
Well, I don't think that's really true. I think that
look it up. Descent from Darwin.
Well, hang on a second.
.org.
Let me finish. Hey, are you just going to interrupt me? I think that if you add up all the scientists that aren't Steve, I think they would be a tiny percentage of the amount of scientists out there. And I might add that you have absolutely no actual reputable scientific institutions that support you as well. There is only religious institutions supporting you, and religious only. You don't have National Institute of Science, you don't have National Teaching Center of Science, you don't have any of the science institutes on your side. So where does this idea, all that you guys do is just religiously say, hey, it's not a science. That's all you've got.
No, we have past evolutionists that were evolutionists for years and that were teaching in major universities, and now they're dissenting from it. And again, check out that website, dissentfromdarwin.org. Thousands of them are dissenting. It's a dying breed. I'm sorry, man. You're going to be obsolete. Evolution is going to be obsolete soon, and you could just
it's not.
Toot your horn all you want, Mark. It's garbage. Darwinian evolution is garbage.
Praise, how much money do you want to bet on that?
1 million IOUs.
I mean, honestly, guys, you'll never let us prove it, though, because every time we come close, you add another billion years.
Wait.
Make it impossible to catch up.
Achilles responded and said all of his money. Okay, I will take
All
that
of it.
bet on.
All of it, bro.
And I will expect payment in full before the rapture.
But guys, the textbooks the textbooks you guys use update more often than my electric bill comes around. Like, it's constant.
Well, Achilles has said that the rapture is going to happen within the next 5 years. So if we just say that in 5 years from now, if evolution is still the common consensus and hasn't been overturned, and the rapture still hasn't happened, Achilles owes me, quote, all my money.
Yeah, but base theory, the other day we had a conversation and I asked you how many times we evolved from the first monkey figure to where we are now, and you told me roughly 14 times.
No.
And then I asked you, you did, absolutely.
No,
I have
you-
on recording.
you-
Now, let me finish. And then I asked you how much we would evolve in the next 6 million years, and you said we'll get taller.
Again, none of that is true.
I have it on recording, so people can go
I know,
watch
that's
it.
what I'm saying.
I actually made a
encourage-
highlight out of it because I knew
Steven,
you would
come
deny
on,
it
man.
later.
You got to let me respond too. I'm saying I encourage everyone to go back and re-listen to that recording, and you will see how that is not a complete misrepresentation of the conversation that happened. Stephen did not ask me how many times have we evolved between this and that. That was never the question. That is not a proper characterization of the question.
A malformed question, yeah.
Exactly. It's totally malformed. He just asked me what are some of the intermediates between us and the most recent common ancestor with chimps, and I listed a bunch. And he said, "Oh, you only have 15?
I said you could provide the fossils that you have evidence for. You said there were 14 specimens. Yes,
I did not.
That means you provided 14 examples over 6 million years. And then I asked you how we would evolve in the next 6 million years, and you said, and I quote, "We will probably get taller." Why the significant change between the first 6 million years and the next?
Because, dude, that's not what happened. That's why. First of all, I never said 14. I just listed a bunch, and you said that sounds like 14. That is never a number that exited my mouth, and now you're trying to.
I think I actually gave you a few.
Wait, come on, Stephen. Let me respond here. Second of all, you never asked in the next 6 million years. You just asked, what are some ways that people think that humans are going to evolve in the future? You never specified 6 million years, man. And I said, I don't know. There are predictions that we will get taller, etc. And now you're trying to characterize me as saying that that's the only thing that we're saying in 6 million years. That's false.
Why did you characterize it as Grayson saying that we evolved 14 times? If he said, hey, we've got these 14 specimens in between them, why are you characterizing it as the amount? Because that to me is a malformed question. Like, you might as well say every single generation in between that primitive ancestor and us is a new species, or not a new species, a new specimen, because there's mutations nearly every single generation.
Can I
So
answer that, Mark?
why did you change the framing like that, Steve?
I'll tell you why. It's because it's your theory. And when you're presenting a theory, you have to bring the evidence. And since you only have the evidence for these, and I'm being generous, 14 specimens, these different type of monkeyoids that you guys claim were related to, that's the only evidence you had. So that's 14 examples. And I then asked Grayson, how much would we change in the next 6 million years? And I'm finding it right now.
Well, I think that when you're asking someone how we'll change, it depends a lot on environment. So if the environment changes in some way that humanity has to evolve into, like for instance, if there's way less oxygen in the air, what we would expect to see is the people that do not have oxygen adapted lungs sort of die out, kind of thing. And people who have an ability to big lungs to get more oxygen will probably survive better. And that's a change that will happen. But that's only if the environment changes. This is the thing you've got to understand. It's really, without knowing what the environment is going to be in the next million years, it's impossible to predict what the changes will be. It's so hard, because if you can tell me the environment that will be there in the next million years, I can probably guess, but you don't know. I don't know. Grayson doesn't know. Nobody knows. That's the problem.
Sure. Okay. I'll take that. Donnie, praise.
I have a question for Mark or even Grayson regarding echolocation. So it says in by numerous sources, I'll give you the sources, that says for echolocation to happen through evolution, there has to be multiple evolution events, not just one evolution, but two, at least two of them. So you believe evolution happened twice when one is like mathematically improbable?
No.
So are you talking about like the ability to make the clicks in hearing? Because hearing can evolve by itself and not have echolocation. Like a lot of animals, even dogs, have way more sensitive ears than other animals. I'm not sure what you're saying.
Or whales have it too, but I mean, so bats, whales, and I think there's something else too. But
are you talking about convergent evolution? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what.
No,
what you're
he's saying that there are multiple simultaneous evolutionary changes that he says need to occur in order for echolocation to be successful and functional.
Right. Basically, you would have to have the independent gain of the echolocation function and system associated with it in independent lineages. For example, we find echolocation in bats, we find it in whales, and we find it.
I don't think that's what he's saying. Praise, is that what you're saying?
Because that's convergent evolution.
Yeah, I might not be, representing it correctly, but I'm just quoting what the evolutionists are saying. There has to be two evolutionary events to account for echolocation. I don't know what that means. Maybe someone can elucidate what that even means. I don't even know really how to even really come at it, how to understand
that's what
that.
it means. The evolutionists would look to convergent evolution,
yeah,
which is basically the independent acquisition of these traits. But I think Praise's argument and point, correct me if I'm wrong, Praise, echolocation is an incredibly sophisticated function and ability.
Yeah.
And so the evolutionists would have to invoke the separate evolutionary histories associated with echolocation. I mean, once is hard enough, but 2, 3, 4 times.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yes, SFT.
I don't see any challenge with that at all. I mean, there are even some blind humans that don't have any of the necessary stuff for a bat's echolocation, but they can still tell when there's an object in front of them by making clicking sounds. Their hearing is good enough. There are blind people on Earth that do that today. So I don't think it's like you're saying, oh, it's just so statistically impossible to evolve echolocation. Yeah, I'm going to need some evidence that would support that claim.
Well, I'd like to ask, what's the best evidence for the evolution of echolocation?
The best evidence is, again, for evolution in general. We've been going over that all day.
I think that's kind of circular. We see echolocation.
Apparently,
so how did echolocation evolve? If it evolved at all?
20 to 30% of blind people learn how to echolocate at some point. And I can give you a paper on that.
Echolocate in the same fashion as dolphins.
Yeah, they use clicks.
Bats, whales.
Yeah, they click and go, oh, there's a trash can in front of me. I can tell.
Or there's something in front of me. Yeah. It's not as sensitive as bats and whales. Like, obviously not. They can only see, like, you know, it's very, very rudimentary. But just say that you lived in an environment where your eyes weren't useful. The organisms that can do that and had better physical physiology to be able to do that, i.e. better ears and better, you know, projection of their voice, they would be the ones to survive, right?
I mean, who's that directed to?
Anybody, any of the creationists. You know, it's a question.
Well, it does say that whales can echolocate miles away. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, your evolution cannot account for that. No matter how you try to slice it, try to fit it in there, it just won't be able to do it.
But why
Could you
not?
answer my question? Well, I'd like my question answered first. If you had a population of humans that lived in a dark place, and 20 to 30% of them could actually click with their mouth and find things in front of them, wouldn't they be the ones to survive?
Can I answer
Theoretically. That's subjective. Like,
I mean, I can make clicking noises with I can make clicking noises right now and close my eyes and get a sense of where things are.
For you, I can't.
Well, I mean,
yeah, but Mark, we already assumed you weren't as evolved as us.
Oh, totally. No, everything's as evolved as everything else. You know, I maybe worked on my brain power a bit. You know.
Well, I think the obvious answer that they don't want to say to your question is yes.
Yes.
I would like
yes.
to ask
the
Mark
ones
and
to be
Grayson
able
the
to
question.
like in that circumstance, Lupin would probably have a tough time doing anything, and Lupin would be better off in order to find food and do this and do that. You know, he would have an advantage over me if we were in a wilderness situation in a cave or something, and he could find stuff by clicking like he can apparently. I would be screwed. Yeah, I totally agree.
yeah, but that's really just me adapting to a situation. I mean, it's not me developing anything new. I have a tongue and I have a roof of my mouth that I could use to click.
Well, I've got a roof of my mouth. I will say that. I definitely have a roof to my mouth. I found it ages ago.
The problem is I have to evolve. I have to develop all of those things in order to do that. I already have all those things, so you have to develop.
All right, Lupin, let
Sure,
him
but just say you have children, and some of those children are like they have some sort of mutation that they're really good at clicking or really good at hearing. They will be better off. Just say one of your children can actually is a bit of a you know, I don't want to say freak. This is just a hypothetical anyway. I'm not calling any of your children freaks or anything, but just say they have a freak ability to be able to do it like a meter beyond you. That's an advantage that they would do better than you.
Yeah, but it's still just a talent you develop. It's not evolving into anything else.
Well, the extra meter is, if that's something that their voice box has got a mutation that allows them to project a bit further and hear better, then that is an advantage that will be selected for. And then their children, if that one of them has some other advantage where their hearing can go really far, or they have exceptionally big ears for some reason, you know, who knows? That would be selected for. So you're trying to think of it as you don't have this ability and then suddenly you do. And that's not how evolution works. It's a progressive thing, like that happens over generations and generations and generations of this selection process. Just small advantages, tiny advantages, just piling up that they're the ones that survive, and then they're the ones that thrive and have more children with tiny little advantages. It's so slow. It's so slow that you.
It's so slow it doesn't happen.
So slow it doesn't happen, right? Yeah, just a lot of time.
I would like to hear Praise answer my question that I asked a few minutes ago.
Praise, go ahead.
Praise, I asked you why you think evolution cannot evolve echolocation.
Because it's a process that is a linear process, and It's not going to jump and progressively go into something extravagant like echolocation. Now, I mean, like you could say there are survival, like getting more feathers, or something, like like you go to the Arctic, you could get, bears with, fur that makes them more warm in the winter. But when it's something sophisticated such as echolocation, which is, I mean, it's very like technologically advanced. Like, I mean, we even have like sonar systems in the underneath the what do you call those? The submarines. Like submarines even have, like, this is like 20th century technology that we even see in these animals. So, I mean, I can see to a point maybe, but not echolocation. That's where, and then even your own people. I mean, they're saying that it's going to take multiple evolutions, and really, I mean, isn't the one controversial enough, Grayson? Why would we invoke two of them or multiple of them or more of them?
Well, I think Lupin's got this technology already, so so much for the advanced technology. Lupin can do it already, so what's that about? And it's not a linear progression kind of thing. You have things like punctuated equilibrium, which is very fast changes all of a sudden due to changes in the thing. You have recombination. You have all of these mechanisms.
That is so post hoc, man.
So praise. Excuse me, I'm talking. You have all of these mechanisms, so it's not linear. So if there is a rapid change in the environment, like for instance, if all of this species has to be in caves for some reason, and they suddenly have no light, you will see a rapid change. And a lot of death, because the ones that cannot adapt to that circumstance will die. So the idea that it's linear, I don't know where you get that idea from. Nobody says that it's linear. There are periods of rapid change, and when it reaches a stage in evolution where they are perfectly evolved for that environment, like sharks, for instance, are basically unchanged for millions of years. They've reached sort of peak predatorness kind of thing.
Wait, real quick. I've got this on the screen right now. Praise. Which part of this do you think is impossible? I mean, they're going through. I mean, examining echolocation in bats. Where's the impossible step? I mean,
it does sound like an argument from incredulity.
Well, I mean, can you lay out the arguments and just like throwing up an article? I think I could throw up articles too, Grace. I mean, lay out the arguments. It just seems conjecture on your end.
Well, has this ever been
you said that you can admit to these small evolutionary changes, like adding more
fur
or feathers or whatever. So what is the impossible step? You're saying that to evolve echolocation, at some point, there's some step that evolution cannot do. What is that step?
Go into something that I think would even probably broach upon metaphysics, like something that requires like sonar technology. That's like hearing and different types of capabilities that are really not even genetic. I don't even think how do you even explain hearing for humans?
Okay, wait. Before we go off and try to change the subject for hearing in humans, I just want to make the point here that the technology by which we do sonar is not what bats have inside their bodies.
I know, but I'm comparing it.
Yeah, it absolutely is genetic for bats. Bats have a genetic ability to echolocate. There's no one that disputes that. It's not metaphysical. It's not technological. It is biological.
That's your claim. I think that it's a categorical error. It's a category. How could you
error?
How could you complain? See, evolution can explain limbs, things that are mechanical, okay, but not things that have to do with capacities of knowledge, thinking, intellect, hearing, talking. Those things are metaphysical.
The explanation for echolocation in bats, it says bats produce very high frequency sounds by contracting their larynx. And by producing these sound waves and listening to the echoes that result, bats can move and hunt in the dark. For submarines, it says sonar devices reveal objects below the surface by directing sound waves into the ocean and recording the sound waves reflected back. So there is a lot of similarities in the way submarines echolocate and also the way bats do.
Yes, but
Maybe I believe the term is
part of what bats do is
biomimetics.
not physical. I don't understand that. What part of bats' echolocation is not a physical thing that apparently humans can do too, just not as well as bats?
Well, it's to me like, see, hearing itself, yes, you can have the whatever's the thing in your ear, you can have an eardrum or whatever, but the capacity to hear what gave or what endowed the whale to even have that capacity to even echolocate. What I'm saying is the capacity to even echolocate goes beyond evolution. You're just not getting it. You're just thinking in your two-dimensional thinking, your black and white thinking.
This just sounds like an argument from incredulity to me. You're
I'm not saying because I can't believe it, therefore it's not true. I'm not saying that.
So
unmute me. I was interrupted. Why mute me?
Because I can only mute one of you at a time, and you were the first one I came to, Mark. Now to go, man.
Okay,
Go.
so all of this sounds like an argument from incredulity that just you don't believe that physical things can do this, but there is absolutely no basis for that. We understand how the sound can make these clicks. We understand how audio reception works. We understand how that's processed by the brain. Show something that is non-physical of all of this, because it's pretty well understood how it works to a point where we can replicate it with submarines.
Right, because human engineers can look to the biological world and they can design submarines, they can design modes of transportation, military vehicles in a way that is influenced or inspired by the biological world, which is design. That's why human engineers can design in very similar ways, in homologous patterns, nested hierarchical patterns, and what we're talking about here, biomimicry.
Biomimetics.
Can you show that is designed? Can you show, like, through peer-reviewed paper that is designed, or is that just your assertion? Because when you say it is designed, that's just an assertion. It's just your religious belief. You haven't actually shown that to be the case.
It would be a religious belief to argue that it isn't designed, especially after we look at the sophistication of these
scientific
systems, the complexity of these systems. Okay, it would be an assertion and a claim that needs to be backed up by scientific evidence to say that these systems are not designed in the first place.
So if they're purely evolutionary, why can we mimic them with our technology?
There's absolutely, those two things are not mutually exclusive in the least. Just because something's evolved doesn't mean we can't mimic it with technology. That one does not logically preclude the other.
Mm-hmm.
But it does provide an interesting link behind the idea that it was designed.
No, not really.
No.
Because it doesn't suit your theory. Because it doesn't suit your theory, it doesn't sound good to you, right?
No, here's an example, right? A snowflake is not designed, but we can go and we can look at a pattern of just a random snowflake, and then we can replicate that in a 3D printer, and we can design a mimic of what that pattern in the snowflake looks like. Did that show that snowflake was designed? No, of course not. There's no logic there.
What resulted in the specific shape or design or pattern of these snowflakes?
Its environment.
And what results in the complex nature of systems such as echolocation, systems like a human being, the human body?
So natural selection or artificial selection, if you want to go that way, but that's not the same as us designing something.
And right there's the claim.
We designed radar, for instance, and I don't think there's a natural analog for radar as well. Like this whole idea that because we copy something in nature, it has to be designed in nature. As Grayson said, that is just a fallacy. It's just sort of saying, hey, because we copied this thing, the means we use to copy it are the way the thing would happen to come about. No, that's not the case. That does not follow. That is a complete non sequitur.
Stephen, if you could share my screen real quick.
Yes, here you go. It's giving me the infinity screen.
Wow. Yeah, that's
all right.
Is it working?
Yep, gotcha.
So I would argue from the Genesis starting point, okay, we can make predictions, we can make retrodictions. So the Bible claims that we are created in God's image. Okay, so there must be something about us that reflects the divine. And so the prediction would be, okay, maybe we can get a sense for how God designed the biological world based on the way we design things. And it just so turns out that we design in, again, homologous patterns, nested hierarchical patterns. We design interesting mosaics, transitional like vehicles. We have this interesting field, biomimetics. Okay. And so all of this is not by design in the sense that human engineers are designing modes of transportation in a way that supports the creation model. No, they're designing that way, and it just so happens to turn out to match the biological world. And so that is confirmed expectations from the biblical creation model. And I want to relate this to ERVs, and then Mark or Grayson, take as much time as you want to respond. This all comes down to function. And so ERVs were brought up earlier from Mark, if I'm not mistaken, with Kent. Okay, why do we share endogenous retroviruses and ERV-like sequences with primates, with chimpanzees, basically the biological world in general? Well, we have paper after paper. This is from 2021. They admit long disregarded as junk DNA. And so they're admitting that evolutionary scientists used to look to endogenous retroviruses as being junk, genomic dark matter, non-functional evolutionary leftovers. But now what they're finding more and more, again, this is 2021, they have turned out to represent important components of the antiviral immune response. They not only regulate cellular immune activation, but may even directly target invading viral pathogens. And last thing I'll say, what's interesting is the specific makeup of the ERV, why they share sequence similarity to exogenous retroviruses like HIV, right? You got the LTRs, long terminal repeats, GAG, POL, and ENV genes, or components of the ERV. Those components, the structure and build of the ERV is actually necessary for them to carry out many of their roles, two of them being this, fighting off exogenous retroviral infections, and tumor suppression. They do that through viral mimicry, which means they have to look like the viruses in order to mimic them and therefore fight off tumors. And so long story short, the reason why we share endogenous retroviruses with chimpanzees and other creatures in the biological world is for common design purposes. They serve a function. They serve a benefit. And they have to look the way they do to serve that operational role. Go ahead.
Okay, so you went through a lot there, actually. So this whole idea of religious belief kind of thing, you basically start with a religious
I was going to
belief.
ask if you could zoom in on it. There you go.
Yeah, you basically start with a religious belief and then try to fit all of the evidence to it. It's not, sort of, misunderstood or anything. That's what you do. You're basically cherry picking. This is your paper that you brought up. You had a reference for it down the bottom. I'm so glad you brought it up, Donnie. So when you say they're necessary for the biological function of that animal now. It has become necessary. Like when you say they're necessary for life, they're not necessary for all life because there are other life forms, other species that do not have these viruses. But what's interesting is these viruses match perfectly to the hierarchical tree that we have of evolution. And now this is your paper. This is the one you cited. It's basically telling how the genus that are indicative of a long-lasting coevolution with endogenous viral pathogens and the simple yet effective antiviral mechanism that you're talking about that has evolved several times independently during mammalian evolution. All of this is in the paper that you are quoting, how it goes into evolution. It quotes how we know that fusogenic human endogenous retrovirus envelopes identifies syncytin-2 as a gene conserved on primate evolution. So all of this is due to evolution. That is well spelled out in that paper. It's just you choose to ignore that which you do not want to fit with your religion. It does not support independent creation at all. It supports evolution. This is what the paper says. So while you can cherry pick out of papers all you want, you are misrepresenting the paper because they quite clearly tell you that evolution is responsible for these antiviral productions. So, I don't know why you're using this paper that 100% disagrees with you, but, it's absolutely shocking that you will sort of use this paper at all.
Okay, let me respond. Leave the paper up so we can examine it. Okay, so high on rhetoric, little on substance, which is typical with Mark, my boy. So I do love you for that, though. You said you're shocked. I'm flabbergasted that you're repeating the same points that I've refuted over and over again. Okay, so Mark, unfortunately, doesn't know how to examine these papers in a way that recognizes unvalidated assumptions and guesswork and the actual empirical data. Okay, simply asserting these functions were co-opted does not demonstrate true co-option. Yeah, you'll see in these papers that I frequently cite that these are motors of evolution and they were co-opted without actually demonstrating true co-option, the true acquisition or evolution of these functions. Okay, acting as antiviral protectors, acting in cell stress responses, functioning in embryological development, where literally if we did not have these retroviral-like sequences, we wouldn't exist. Mammals wouldn't exist today. And these are just, I'm almost done, Grayson. These are just a few of the many functional roles associated with ERVs. And again, the major question from more informed evolutionists is, why do endogenous retroviruses share sequence similarities to exogenous retroviruses? Mark dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. He did not respond to the point that these ERVs require their very specific structure, their makeup, LTR, GAG, POL, ENV components to carry out at least two of their functional roles. And so they have to look like the viruses, the exogenous retroviruses, to carry out at least two of their roles. And so I'll yield there. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make...
Well, hold on, Mark, because Grayson has had his hand up and he's been trying for a long time. Grayson, go ahead. And then, Mark, I promise you can answer.
Okay, mine is just very quick. It's just an actual understanding of fractions is enough to debunk all of this. If you just understand how fractions work, then you understand the flaws in all this reasoning. Donnie is bringing up known examples of ERVs that have some functional component. But all you have to do is ask, what percentage is that out of the total number of ERVs? It's the same for all of these various forms of non-coding DNA, like long non-coding sequences, like retroviruses, transposons, like pseudogenes, the percentage, like you can find functional examples of each of these. But the question is, what fraction does that represent of the total? And it's a very, very small fraction. And if you understand that, you understand why the argument from Donnie's side is not valid. Mark?
Okay. No, I'll respond, and we're going to go one point at a time. Mark can respond to my points, as I know Mark does, because he's an excellent debater. He's got all my points written down, and he's ready to demolish them.
Also, Donnie, try to get Praise in with you too. You guys can take them on. It's not fair that you have to take them on single-handedly.
No worries. Maybe what we can do is I'll respond here, then we'll let Mark, who I always enjoy engaging with, we'll let him respond, and then we'll let Praise.
Sounds good to me.
So if you could share my screen real quick, please, and then cue me when the screen is shared.
We've got it. Increasing knowledge.
Battle boy. And so this whole argument from fractions is very, it's premature. It's old news. Okay, we understand that at least 80% of the genome is active in terms of biochemical activity. Grayson would argue that this is mostly just noise, but this argument's easily refuted, and we can engage that if we have to. We've already engaged that for hours and hours. And so within that 80% activity, genomic activity, guess what we find? Pseudogenes, ALU sequences, endogenous retroviruses. And so that tells us that these are active. But again, we are in the beginning stages of understanding genomic functionality. Okay, we are just starting to recognize good design. We're recognizing these amazing functions in these DNA elements and units that the evolutionary community has acknowledged. They used to believe were junk. And so here you'll notice from 2021, same paper, our knowledge about endogenous retroviral elements involved in cell immune responses is what? Constantly increasing. And so when you actually dig deep into the technical literature, they are admitting that over time, our knowledge in terms of ERV function is increasing more and more and more. They've even now discovered that these transcriptionally silent ERVs have an advantage to the host and are functional. Many evolutionists have argued, well, these transcriptionally silent ERVs, you know, they must truly be junk. They must truly be the ancient leftover remnants of past viral infections. When in fact, no. Again, same paper, 2021, they talk about how the presence of these very specific ERV elements may promote recombination processes that can help with genetic diversity, help with adaptation. And so transcriptionally silent and also ERVs that are transcribed, they have a functional role, and they admit that the knowledge in terms of these functions is increasing more and more and more. And so the last thing I'll say, science is about making testable and falsifiable predictions. And so me as a biblical creationist, I can look at this data, this accumulating data and knowledge, and I can make very specific predictions. And those predictions involved DNA functionality. I predict in the next 10 years, we're going to find even more functional roles and abilities for ERVs, ALU sequences, pseudogenes, and just the non-coding regions of our genome in general. And so I'll wrap it up there.
Okay, so this is really a disingenuous argument by Donnie, and it has absolutely no credibility behind it whatsoever. He's basically just saying, hey, because they have functionality, it must be something created, and that's just a facile argument. When he says in fact, it's not facts. That's not what anybody actually says is a fact. The thing is that basically what he's basically doing is saying, hey, if they have functionality, then must be designed. And that's a poor argument. We understand how they came. This whole idea that, oh, we get more information in science, so we understand more about these things that we thought were junk. It's like saying, hey, we understand more about cancer, so all cancer research is bunk. It must have been designed. It's a terrible argument. All levels of science, we're getting more and more information and updating our information. That's the difference between science and what Donnie is using, which is faith. He basically has a belief in the Bible first, then he tries to fit everything with the Bible. And as Grayson pointed out, all you have to do is look at statistically how these have mutated. And we have a lot of information about them mutating. The paper that Donnie keeps bringing up has references to show how these mutations can cause benefits in the cells. And we've demonstrated that through experimentation. This isn't not understood. And Donnie has nothing to back up his claims that this was a created design. Nothing at all besides his own rhetoric. All he does is just repeat it. Oh, it has purpose, therefore designed, or it has function, therefore designed. And that is a non sequitur. Just because it has function doesn't mean it couldn't have evolved that function. And it is much more likely, if you listen to Grayson and the papers that he's using to show that the mutations in those ERVs produce benefits, just like any other cell in the body, it's much more likely to be evolution than some kind of created design. Which, and I'll just reiterate, the entire evidence Donnie has for this is his religious belief. He's just asserting it. It's not fact. There's no papers on it. There's no demonstration of it. He is just asserting that a creator designed these things to look like viruses, to have all the structure of viruses, but in fact, they're designed by something. If you can show that, then do so, Donnie. Don't just assert it.
So let me respond. I did see praise unmute. We're going to get you in on this soon. Mark said he wants to reiterate, and I appreciate that because his entire rebuttal there was one massive reiteration of talking points that I've already demolished over and over again. And this is why I love Mark. I do appreciate him. And so he dodged my predictions, dodged my responses. completely dodged my explanation for why endogenous retroviruses share sequence similarity to exogenous retroviruses. This is necessary for them to carry out their functional roles in fighting off viruses and also in tumor suppression. He's also failed yet again to provide evidence for the co-option that he continues to assert. All we find here from Mark are claims and assertions, and Mark's responses here are a gift. They really are a gift to creation science, because they demonstrate how powerful the evidence is for the common design model, and just how lacking the evolutionary community is in terms of providing explanations, empirical explanations for these amazing functional roles. Just asserting co-option, claiming co-option, as we see in these papers, it's really not going to cut it. I want to see testable and falsifiable predictions being made by Mark. If you could share my screen real quick, because that's the gold standard of science. And that is what I have done in this back and forth, is I have looked to the data in these technical papers. This is what Mark doesn't understand, is we have the data presented in these technical papers, okay? So we find that these ERVs are incredibly functional in determining cell types, regulating genes. Basically, without ERVs, and this is where I want to find a very specific paper. I've got an entire presentation here at 200 slides. They admit in the technical literature that without ERVs, we would not exist. Mammals would not exist. Notice right here. Okay. Without these very specific HERVs, human endogenous retroviruses, humans and mammals would have never existed, because ERVs are necessary for the placenta and also for embryological development. In terms of the tumor suppression, it's very interesting, because transcribed ERVs can actually mimic an exogenous retrovirus, a harmful retrovirus. And as a result, the immune system, which is joined by the P53 guardian of the genome, this incredibly complex protein, P53 protein, and they target that very specific cell with destruction, because it looks like it's being invaded by a retrovirus. And this helps to fight against tumors. But again, the endogenous retrovirus requires those similarities to exogenous retroviruses to carry out that very important role. And so I like to exist. Mark likes to exist. Why do we share endogenous retroviruses? It's because we require them to live. It's the same reason why all types of modes of transportation have an engine in common. Okay, because without the engine, those vehicles are not going to get very far. And so I'll yield there.
If I can just really quick point one thing out, and then Mark, I'd like for you to get a better response.
Guys, we also, Based, you can go, and then we'll let Praise get in, because he unmuted forever ago, and then Mark, you can get back in. So
I just have something really quick to point out. Donnie is pointing to like 1 or 2 specific examples of ERVs with known function, and he's trying to extrapolate that to say, see, from these small number of examples, we can know that all these millions of ERVs have function. That is logically fallacious. You cannot make that extrapolation error like Donnie is trying to do. And he's trying to like smuggle that in with all this rhetoric. Like, see, look, we need this one ERV. Therefore, all ERVs are necessary. That makes no sense. Praise, you can go.
And I'll respond to Grayson after
Donnie,
Praise.
it's Praise's turn, and then Mark.
Well, that's what I said. I'll respond to Grayson after Praise, but I do got those points noted for me to
It's
respond.
Mark after Praise, and then you can go.
Right.
So I just want to bring up with junk DNA is the C-value paradox, if you guys are familiar with that. So for a long time, evolutionists have thought, well, there's genomes that have, extra size or large genomes out there. And that would account for the junk DNA. But however, they found that it really shows that genomes are more than just coding DNA, and this non-protein coding DNA is their reason. So it's just begging the question. So I'd like to see how Mark or Grayson would address the C-value paradox. I'll end it there.
What
You're
question
muted,
we're
Mike.
begging? I don't know what you're talking about with C-value, and I don't know what we're begging the question of. That makes no sense to me. But I don't need to. I just address Donnie because I don't need to point out why endogenous retroviruses have such a similar structure to exogenous viral pathways because his paper does it itself. The paper that Donnie keeps referencing does that. It explains the importance of FV1 in antiviral immune responses is further highlighted by signatures of positive selection. This is natural selection in the FV1 gene in the genus Mus. That's the genus of the retrovirus that are indicative of a long-lasting co-evolution with exogenous viral pathways. So I don't have to point out why he's absolutely wrong about that. His own paper points out why he's exactly wrong about that, which is, I'm sorry, Donnie, that's hilarious that your own paper tells you you're wrong and you keep referencing it saying, why is it so similar? And your own paper tells you if you read it all the way through. This whole idea that because it has a benefit, then humans wouldn't exist without this retrovirus. Yeah, we wouldn't exist without a lot of things. We wouldn't exist without the ability to breathe. We wouldn't exist without this. We wouldn't exist. Like the whole idea that, it wouldn't be humans wouldn't exist without this thing. Yes, that's correct. That's how we evolved. That's not anything in the favor of individual creation. All it's saying is, hey, the way that we evolved, we had these retroviruses that helped us. So we co-opted them, just as his paper says. So there's no argument here. All of this is rhetoric and sleight of hand to say, hey, and the whole idea that there wouldn't be organisms if there was no, say, for instance, the placental retrovirus, which I think is the SIRH family of retroviruses, that isn't true either, because there are animals without that family of retrovirus. There's monotremes that still lay eggs. They don't use placentas. There's marsupials, which don't use placentas either. They use a Joey system. So this assertion that humans wouldn't exist, yeah, it wouldn't be humans, but it'd be something else. Because if the retrovirus didn't exist for, say, the SIRH, we wouldn't have placentas, but there would still be something. It's just saying, well, if we couldn't stand on two legs, then we wouldn't be humans. Yeah, no joke. That's obvious. So I don't know what Donnie's point is here, but it's absolutely failed.
Okay, if I could screen share real quick, Stephen, my brother.
You're up.
Okay, so firstly with Grayson, my second, maybe third last response was directly to the argument he just repeated. And I've shown directly in the conventional literature that both transcriptionally silent and transcribed ERVs are functional. I've pointed out how the knowledge in terms of ERV functions is constantly increasing, not decreasing, but increasing. And that's why we as biblical creationists, we can actually honor the gold standard of science by making testable and falsifiable predictions, in this case, specifically on DNA function, as we would predict, since the trajectory of discovery really does favor genome-wide functionality, is more and more functional roles for these ERVs. But I pointed out earlier that they've discovered over 80% of the genome is active to some extent. Okay, transcription requires ATP. It's an energy intensive and resource intensive process. Every time you add a single nucleotide to a growing RNA chain, you're consuming energy. You're consuming ATP. And so this tells us that that activity is not spurious. It's not just noise, but it's real beneficial activity. Transcription wise, at least 60% of the human genome is transcribed. But within that 80% activity, we find all of these ERVs. And so that tells us that the majority of ERVs are active and therefore functional. Mark, still a lot of dodging, a lot of assertion making, a lot of claims, not really addressing anything. And I've got an entire presentation here based on that paper. So yes, I've read it, I've examined it, and I've presented on it. And so they go through the various components of an ERV, like the LTRs, which stand for long terminal repeats, the ENV, the gag, the pull. And they talk about how each component acts in this functional ability for the ERV to fight off exogenous retroviruses. Okay, so right here you can see this excerpt on the LTRs. Over here you can read about the ENV proteins and how they directly inhibit viral infection through a process called receptor interference. And so you can go through this entire paper for yourself, and it provides a very elegant answer to why ERVs resemble or share sequence similarity to exogenous retroviruses. And it's because without these similarities, they would not be able to carry out their functional abilities. But the fact that they are functional points us to common design rather than common descent, especially for the fact that we have yet to see any evidence for co-option. How did these ERVs evolve the ability to act in embryological development to the point where if we did not have them, we literally would not exist? In the same way that if you took your engine out of your vehicle, you're not going to get very far in that vehicle, because that vehicle requires an engine in the same way that we require these ERVs. And I'll wrap it up there.
Mark, where did you go?
Did you want to go, Grayson? I was muted for some reason. I'm not.
Okay,
not sure
I was
why.
going to ask if you were muted, but
I'm muting everybody when they're not talking.
That's okay. That's all right. I just wanted to ask Grayson if he wanted to go, or whether you want
Also,
me to.
Mark,
step in.
you had two screens shared for a moment. Did you remove
Yeah.
the one you don't want shared? So the one
Oh,
remaining you do
yeah.
want
Sorry,
shared?
my bad. My bad. Yeah,
I'll
sorry.
just real quick point out that in that quote that Donnie was pulling from that paper, it said the LTRs mentioned above. It's not referring to all LTRs. It's mentioning the one or two that were brought up in the paragraphs above where he mined that quote from. So again, nothing he showed is showing that all of these ERVs are functional or even implying it. None of these authors are trying to imply what Donnie is trying to imply from their quotes. Mark?
Yeah, so this is the thing, and I didn't dodge. I pointed out in his own paper that sort of, there's nothing that I have dodged at all. This is a paper for rapid evolution in F1 in animals. If you could share my screen now.
I don't see anything shared, Mark. Oh, I'm sorry. No, actually, no. You have nothing shared.
I have nothing shared. Okay, well that's my fault then. Hold on one sec. I'll try it again. You're right. You're absolutely right. OBS was a nightmare. I'm just going to say that right now.
Dude, I'm telling you, I worked in tech support when I tried it. It sucks.
Oops.
I mean, it's great, but it's complicated.
Yeah, so this is the reference they give for how they know that the MUS group of retroviruses is actually, like, they have traced the phylogeny of these viruses themselves, because as a series of viruses, we know they evolve as well. And this is the sort of arms race that is happening between endogenous retroviruses and exogenous retroviruses, ones outside the body. This paper, which is referenced in the paper for switching sides that Donnie keeps referencing, is ancient evolutionary origin and positive selection in retroviral restriction factor for FV1 in muroid rodents. So that's the one that we're talking about in switching sides. Now, it makes clear that this retrovirus has a long history before it even became the MUS series of retroviruses. So here it's talking about the rapid evolution of FV1 in African murids. Basically, it says that shows signatures of positive selections in genus MUS. Our present analysis has shown that FV1 has apparently retained full coding potential for millions of years before the appearance of the genus MUS. We extend this positive selection analysis of FV1 to include other clades in the family Muridae, and you see the family Muridae of retroviruses here. So it basically they have linked this genetically to all kinds of other retroviruses as they become exogenous outside the body and get passed horizontally, and as they get endogenized and are passed vertically through the generations. So this paper, which if you follow the citations, it actually shows them mapping the genetics of these retroviruses into all of these species. And they're mapping the genetics of these retroviruses between species of viruses, which is fascinating. And genetically, it shows why they're so similar to exogenous retroviruses. It's because they're related to exogenous retroviruses. There is nothing besides Donnie's assertion that this was designed and put in. And as Grayson said, like apparently they were designed and only a tiny proportion actually had anything, any functionality to them for some reason that Donnie won't identify. I'm dodging nothing. I'm showing the actual papers, not just the original paper that Donnie showed, but also the papers that they reference to show how we know these are not created instructions, but instead they are evolving viruses, organisms themselves. They are evolving, and we can track that through the genetic structure. Genetics is the nail in the coffin for creationism. And all Donnie is doing is just saying, hey, if they have a function, then they must be created. That is not true. That's a non sequitur. There is nothing pointing to that. He won't show any evidence of that. He just keeps claiming it.
Before I respond in great detail, can you put that paper back up, Mark, real quick?
It's up, Mark.
Yeah, I guess so.
Can you show me in that paper where they've demonstrated an exogenous retrovirus infecting or infiltrating a host genome in the right way where they're passed on vertically? And from there, mutations wipe away any harmful effects or aspects of that retrovirus, and then it evolves the ability to function in either embryological development or in fighting off exogenous retroviruses or even in tumor suppression. Where have they observed that? Does this paper provide that data?
You're asking for something that happened millions of years ago.
Exactly. It doesn't.
The amount that this is, excuse me, the amount that this, excuse me, the amount that this is spread out. This is the thing. But we've seen that happen with other retroviruses. This is the thing that you don't want to talk about. We've seen that happen with the AIDS virus. We've seen that happen with other viruses.
Is AIDS an exogenous?
You want to just say, hey, all of that's coincidence.
You don't like to be cross-examined.
Excuse me, can I talk, or is this just talking?
Well, are we just going to have uninterrupted responses for 4 hours? I'm trying to ask you basic questions about the paper that you provided. Is HIV an exogenous or endogenous retrovirus?
Exogenous.
Exactly. So where is the evidence of an endogenous retrovirus evolving the ability? Show me in this paper, but you just admitted, well, it happened millions of years ago, so we can't. Exactly my point. You are asserting co-option. You are asserting and claiming that these endogenous retroviruses evolved these abilities without actually showing us empirically how this happened. And so again, I'll ask you, show us an endogenous retrovirus gaining the ability to perform in the embryo.
Johnny, can you show me Pluto going around the sun?
I can do that. I shared my screen of a paper.
No, I want Donnie to show me Pluto going around the sun. I want you to show me that.
We can show you observations simply through telescopes and measurements.
Correct.
And all types
yes,
of ways.
We can show you observations. Thank you. Thank you.
So I rest my case there. I trust the audience.
You have no case.
Your
Donnie.
lack of.
There you go, Donnie.
Answer.
There you go. There's your answer. You happy?
No, okay, you could send me that paper, and I will bet you 1 million IOUs that this has not showed us in the lab an endogenous retrovirus going from non-functional to something functional in the embryo, to where if we did not have it, we literally couldn't survive. Are you
all right? But I'm going to feel really bad bankrupting you once you have to pay up on that bet.
So, co-opted ERV. Zoom into that.
Zoom in. On what?
To the highlighted part.
Yeah, like, can you make your screen bigger for us? There you go.
In some co-opted, okay, ERVs, so right off the bat, they're assuming co-option, stem
Nope,
from.
they're showing it. They're not assuming it. They're showing it in their empirical measurement design experiment here.
Stem from genetic escapees that have lost vital sequences required for both TRIM28 restriction and
autonomous
retrotransposition. Okay, so they're observing this retrotransposition, autonomous retrotransposition in real time, and they are gaining the ability to what? Which function?
They are having an enhancer function of a 47 base pair sequence within the U3 gene. It's right there, that LTR. They're showing it the enhanced ability there when they've lost specifically their viral pathology by incorporating into the host genome.
So in this
there
paper,
you go. Pay up $1 million.
No, because still there's a lot of claims here in this paper. So they've observed in a lab the loss of these viral components in the LTR, where the LTR has now gained this enhancer ability, or the LTR already has the enhancer ability, and now they're just theorizing how this could have happened by looking to other LTRs and.
No, look, it says right there that the escapee, as in like the viral genome that diverged from the norm and incorporated into the host genome, that escapee conveys an activating effect on nearby neural genes. So it is showing a co-option of an ERV that passes on a functional benefit. Exactly what you said couldn't be shown, and you bet $1 million IOUs.
Not in real time. It's not observing this in real time.
It is.
And this is just an LTR. This is just an LTR.
No,
we're talking about
like you have not read this experiment, Donnie, because you wouldn't be making this argument if you had. They are literally showing it in real time in their experiment with like the ERVs and an embryonic stem cell for a neuroprogenitor cell. They are doing this in the lab and showing it in real time. Pay up.
Okay, I will predict that's not the case. But if you could share my screen and I'll go over the LTR data and why this would be a flop regardless, because Grayson earlier said that, well, in this paper, it's just talking about those specific LTRs, long terminal repeats of the endogenous retrovirus. Well, here's the thing a lot of people forget or just don't understand is that almost all of the so-called endogenous retroviral sequences in the genome actually represent just solo LTRs. And they've discovered there's many papers describing these functions. Here's just two. They've discovered that they act in gene regulation. They can act as promoters and even serve as transcription factor binding sites. Okay, and there is several papers that talk about the functional nature of these LTRs. And so why are we to believe that these solo LTRs that have functional roles in the genomes of living organisms, they lack the GAG, the POL, the ENV components of an ERV? That paper you showed, that's what it looked like. They were just looking at solo LTRs, but I'll have to read the paper. I could be wrong on that. Okay, so why are we to believe that solo LTRs are necessarily the remnants of ERVs, where basically at one point they were full ERVs, right? LTRs, GAG, POL, ENV. But over time, through mutations, they've degraded to the point where now they're just a solo LTR. Well, no, again, we know that they function as promoters and serve as transcription factor binding sites. And so, yeah, we share just thousands and thousands of these solo LTRs with the biological world, specifically primates and the great apes. Okay. But for common design purposes, because of their functional ability and important functional abilities. And so it is the evolutionist that needs to demonstrate that these solo LTRs really were once just one component of a greater ERV unit. Okay. When it actually comes down to full ERVs, where it's not just the LTRs, but it is the ENV, the GAG, and the POL, this is where we find functions in embryological development. And that's my question. I want to see a non-functional endogenous retrovirus going from non-functional to something as incredibly functional as embryological development, where literally if we didn't have these ERVs, we wouldn't survive. Mammals wouldn't exist. Okay, so Mark's basic question is, why do all modes of transportation share engines in common? Well, it's good design. Engines are necessary, hearts are necessary, and endogenous retroviruses are necessary to sustain healthy life processes. And so, of course, I would expect all of the biological world to share ERVs in common. It is within these papers that we find their functional roles in acting in tumor suppression and fighting off exogenous retroviruses. They do this because they do share sequence similarity with exogenous retroviruses. That's the data. What's the interpretation? Well, the interpretation is they have those sequence similarities in order to perform their functional roles. They have to look like that which they are fighting against. That's basic viral mimicry. That's how that works. And so I'll wrap it up there.
All right. Well, now that we've got that Gish Gallop to try to avoid what we were just talking about and moving the goalposts, I would just like to tell Donnie that I will accept checks, money orders, or Venmo or PayPal. Thank you.
So you are saying it's more than just an LTR that we're looking at in that
yes,
paper?
it is not just an LTR. It's a total ERV genome. Yes.
Okay. Send it to me.
And I would just like to add something that's sort of important for me. That sort of this idea that you're sort of saying, hey, show me the ERV being actually fixed. And Grayson showed, that paper. You've got to send that to me, Grayson. I love you. That's amazing. But the whole idea is you're claiming that they were created by some sort of God deity thing. Can you show us God creating this thing and inserting it into the genome, please? Why don't you live up to your own standards?
God creating gives us observations and implications to where we can make testable and falsifiable predictions. That's the gold standard of science. And that's what I have done. And that has not been countered.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that you're demanding that I show you directly where that happened from millions of years ago. And I'm asking you to live by the own standard that you're setting out, which I think is an unreasonable standard of direct observation. I would like you to show me directly the actual instance of where this was created in the genome, please, because that's the standard you're applying to me.
The result of this act of creation gives us the ability to make testable and falsifiable predictions. That's the gold standard of science. That is what I have done. But you, Mark, have not provided any real testable and falsifiable predictions. You have not presented an answer to really any of my challenges, any of my responses. So I'll ask you this. What testable and falsifiable predictions can you make on endogenous retroviruses?
Yeah, so we've done Phoenix Rising. We've done the paper that Grayson's talking about. There's been other experiments done where they have activated these so-called, inactive viruses that become viruses again. And it was predicted, the testable prediction was that these would have the structure of a virus if they were indeed viruses that infected. Because don't forget that it wasn't the creationists that found this. The creationists didn't go, oh, well, I think that God has inserted viruses, so we're going to test the DNA and find them. That's not what they did. It was actually hypothesized by somebody in science, in evolution, to say, hey, we think that viruses have inserted themselves into human DNA, tested the DNA and found them. So it wasn't creationists doing any of this. And do note that creationists haven't discovered any of this stuff. They're relying on the evolutionary scientists and geneticists that came along and found it, and then misrepresent their work to fit with their God paradigm. That's all they're doing.
Both C Science and Dustin would like to ask you and Grayson questions. I'm going to let C Science go first, if that's
well. Actually, Stephen, if I could jump in real quick, because
go ahead, Donnie.
It's almost 11:30. I said I had till 11, but this has been so fun. I went an extra 30 minutes.
Yeah,
let me just respond briefly to what he said, and then hand it over to C Science and Dustin. If you
go ahead.
So, just to leave no stone unturned, can you share my screen real quick? It's just a basic image. You can find it in you can find a diagram like this in many papers. And so, yeah, this is the structure of your ERV. Okay, your LTRs on either side with your host DNA, your GAG, your POL and ENV components. Okay, and so with Mark's answer there, I didn't see anything that's future in terms of being testable and falsifiable. You mentioned the Phoenix Rising experiment. Well, this comes down to the question, what is the origin of retroviruses in general? And so this is a much bigger debate. There's a paradox, a chicken and egg problem for the evolutionists, because retroviruses actually require hosts to replicate. So the question to the evolutionists, what came first, the host or the retrovirus? Well, if the retrovirus came first, remember, it requires a host to actually replicate in the first place. Okay, it integrates, it's made of RNA genetic material, and it can perform reverse transcription and reverse, basically. But the creationists would argue that you have host genomes, okay, with these ERVs front loaded into host genomes, and from there you have what's called the escapee hypothesis, which is actually one of the many hypotheses in the conventional literature, where basically retroviruses are harmful retroviruses. That is, they have escaped from host genomes. They have been able to cross species where they can burn hot and fast and lead to disease. And so that makes sense. Okay, so this goes back to the Phoenix Rising experiment, where they resurrected a dead virus. Yeah, we agree. This is agnostic. Okay, they resurrected a dead virus from a host genome. Well, if viruses originated from a host genome, if retroviruses can come from pre-existing endogenous retroviruses that are beneficial, then yeah, of course you would be able to resurrect those from host genomes. And so this doesn't answer the question. This is agnostic. This isn't an actual prediction that is testable, that is falsifiable. I am saying in the future, based on the design hypothesis, we're going to find many more functional roles for these ERVs. That 80% genomic activity, we're going to find within that activity, 80% of the genome, that those ERVs and ERV-like sequences, this is not just noise, this is not just spurious, but this is real activity. This is the trajectory. It favors genome-wide functionality. This is future. This is the gold standard, because we don't know yet what exactly all of these ERVs are doing, but we'll find out in the future when we start performing those experiments. That's something that's testable in the future, but I haven't seen Mark provide that yet, and we'll let him have the last word if he'd like to, and try answering that again. Give me a future prediction that we can test and that is falsifiable on endogenous retroviruses, not something that's agnostic like the Phoenix virus experiment. Go ahead.
Yeah, so all we have to do is just watch the viruses and see how they mutate. That's all we've got to do. We're already tracking their genetic structure. If their genetic structure changes and either a virus becomes malignant again, or if a virus that was malignant to have some sort of benefit for the organism, your thing's sunk. And I think that a virus will mutate, just like we see in the AIDS virus, to provide antiviral load to that organism, because that's how ERVs function. And I think they will show other things as well as time goes on. So get ready for that, Donnie, because if that happens, your argument is 100% sunk. And as we understand more and more about retroviruses sequences, as we understand their genetic sequence more and more, and we track them more and more, you're going to have a lot of explaining to do if that happens, because you're basically saying, hey, they were created here, they jumped outside, they were created, even though you can't show in any way that they were created in the cell rather than being in a transmission vector from outside. You can't show that. You're just asserting it, that they were created there. Asked you to show me, you can't do it. If they mutate outside and continue to mutate outside as exogenous retroviruses or as endogenous retroviruses, your entire argument is sunk. So, but I predict that will happen. Now, I'm happy to, if people got questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. It has been 2 hours, but yeah.
I appreciate that, Mark. I'll honor that. Give you the final word. We'll continue this discussion for sure on ERVs. And okay, yeah, sure. That was a lot of fun. I appreciate Stephen. I appreciate you having me on.
Thanks, Donnie.
And the 3 hours that's flown by. It's been a lot of fun. So,
hey, I appreciate you coming by.
Much love, standing for truth.
Don't take like that. Oh, well, I bet $1 squillion is real. Come on now, like don't be like certain individuals on the internet who think that like a sort of oh, you said this, so I'm gonna come on now.
Plus, the way I see it, we're still at a draw, so I don't see any IOUs needing to be signed yet.
Well, if we're talking about IOUs, I'm still waiting for Mark to pay up those $1 million he owes me.
Yeah, so this is the kind of behavior that I'm talking about. But everybody knows.
Mark, I don't know why.
No. All right. Well, Donnie, thank you.
Yeah. This is what he's coming to do. He's just here to troll. That's what he always does.
All right. I don't want trolling. Yeah. So far, it's been civil. C-Science had, I believe, a legitimate question, and Dustin has a handful of real questions. So C-Science, ask your question, and then Dustin, you can unload.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. Am I coming through clearly?
Yep. Sorry, can we hold on 1 second? It's really hot, and I really need some water. I do
deflecting. Let the record
Mark
show.
Reed, you're still here, right?
Mark Reed is deflecting.
Yeah. I'll be back in 1 sec. I just really need some water because it's hot as.
Don't run too far.
Yeah. I'll be back in 1 sec.
All right. I'll wait for you to get back because the question's for you, Mark Reed.
Yeah. Sure.
And it's an ERV question. So
he's trying to leave. Either he needs to use the bathroom or he's being yelled at by his wife. One of those two. I
think if his wife was yelling at him, it would be in the form of a frying pan, and we would see it.
I don't think he was being yelled at by his wife because he would have left without explaining.
Oh, he literally just said that he's thirsty and wants to get some water. Okay.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah. So Prey's already left.
Sorry, mate. Sorry. It's really hot over here. Hey.
That's right.
Yeah, and the guy has been talking for so long. I mean, give him a break, man. He just needed some water.
I was joking when I said he was deflecting.
No, it's fine. I get it. I ran to get some hydration because I need the sustenance.
It's getting hot. It has nothing to do because Australia is as hot as hellfire. Not at all.
Feels like it. Damn.
Yeah.
So, hey, Mark, would it be?
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say your wife knows how to throw the boomer pan?
Dude, what? No.
You said his wife. What is a boomer pan?
I have.
Like a boomerang, only with a frying pan.
What is happening?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, pause that. Justin,
you don't know what a boomerang is? Are you serious?
I didn't hear boomerang. So he said his wife can throw a boomerang?
I heard boomerang.
I said boomer pan, but whatever. I was trying to be fun.
Okay.
All right.
C-Science, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we got Mark Reed here. We got Grayson here. I got a pretty simple question. I'm a simple guy. I like to keep it simple. Okay.
We know.
All right, so ERVs. There's a handful of like ERVs between apes and humans, mainly chimpanzees, that have been identified. How many would that be? Like a couple hundred that are claimed to be like ERV sites?
Can you hear me?
Your screen's frozen.
I hear you, Mark.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but your screen is frozen.
Oh, that's okay. Well, my screen's frozen. OBS is like anyway. What did you say? How many ERVs are there?
No, he asked how many ERVs
No, Mark, that's not the
shared
question.
between
Now, how many
chimps and humans?
ERVs are there, Mark? No, the question was, how many like ERVs do you believe have been identified between chimpanzees and humans? Like ERV sites.
208.
So like 200 or so? Okay, so out of
roughly.
200 or so ERV-like sites, these claims, out of tens of thousands of ERVs, there's only a handful of like ERVs. Now, if you believe that a handful of like ERVs prove a recent common ancestry between humans and chimps, then do the tens of thousands of unlike ERVs prove they're not related?
Yeah.
I mean, like, doesn't that prove that they don't share a recent common ancestry by the same logic that you claim proves they do?
No, because it's the way that they infect the cells is so unlikely for one, much less 208 in the same spot. And then you've got to add in that they're all of the same virus in each location. It's impossible for them to be separately infected ERVs. That's impossible.
If I may, I'd like to just read what Beamsy wrote here in the chat.
Well, before that, Grayson, I'd like you to address the question too.
I am. I'm addressing it exactly by reading what Beamsy wrote. So can you just let me let me get this out real quick?
This is a real thing, though, not like a personal attack.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm literally
I'm just
reading.
asking, man. Come on.
Why don't you guys let me just read
I am
this?
moderating you guys.
It
the
is
chat
exactly
and the
on
private
topic.
chat.
It exactly answers the question. Just please stop interrupting
Why
for
are
2
you so
seconds.
offended? It was
You're
like
still
a
doing
short
it.
question.
You're still doing it. 8% of the human genome is composed of ERVs, which would be about 240 million base pairs. 500,000 base pairs is about 0.2% of that. So 99.8% of human ERVs are also found in chimps. So 99.8%. There you go.
What?
So he actually just came back in the room, so you may have to reiterate that, Base.
Yeah, go back over that again. Let me hear that again.
Yeah, I missed that. I'm sorry, man. I lagged out for a second.
The amount of ERVs shared between chimps and humans, according to what Beamsy just posted here, is 99.8% of human ERVs are also found in chimps, because about 0.2% of them are unique to humans. The others are found in both humans and chimps.
That's amazingly different than what Mark Reed just claimed. He just claimed there's 208 claimed like ERV sections that are claimed to be alike. Not necessarily that they match exactly, but just claim to be alike and in the same place. Now, there could be a reason that this handful of ERV sites appear in the place in the genome that they do in the human genome and in the ape. It could be because of the nature of viral infections and how they infect a host. You see, because viruses choose preference sites by their genome, because viruses are little pieces of RNA or DNA that are basically floating around, and can infect a host. And the way that they do so is they match the genome where they infect the host. So you tell me why they ended up in the same parts of, say, a genome.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? Is it at all possible that these quote-unquote shared ERVs are also because chimpanzees and humans lived alongside each other in similar environments, whereas other monkeys probably instinctively stood away?
Nope.
No, that sounds like an empty denial, Grace, in there. I mean,
Well,
you've got to
right. There's no explanation behind that. That's just flat no. Okay, I guess you proved your point.
Grayson. There's interspecies viruses. There's interspecies viruses.
I'll just be very clear. He asked a yes or no question. I answered it.
Okay, so here's the thing: like this idea that they lived alongside one another. You're saying, hey, yeah, they have preferential sites where they infect, like around the outside of the cell. Yes. And because the genome is bundled up in that cell like a string, there's places which they prefer to infect on that thing. But it isn't as small as you're talking about. It isn't like one or two places. It still can be.
Well, the fact is that there's ERV
Excuse me. Can you please let me talk? It can be any of these places around the outside, which can be like millions of insertion sites. The idea that because it has preferential insertion sites, it solves that problem, it doesn't. It just doesn't.
Why doesn't it?
Because the insertion sites aren't as small as you're sort of.
I'm not saying anything about the size of.
I'm sorry, Mark. He keeps.
That's okay. That's
See,
okay. Yeah, no,
you can go back and forth, but you got to let him finish. And then I'll let you fully finish.
Okay, can I reply to him?
Mark, were you done?
Yeah. Go for it.
Go ahead, C-Science.
Okay, so you just admitted there's a reason. I wasn't saying anything about the size of the site. I was saying there's a reason that these ERV sites are where they're at, because they have preference sites. It's the nature of the way that viruses infect the host. You believe that these ERV sites, or at least a few of them, are the result of viral infections. You admitted that to SFT, didn't you?
I'm sorry?
I said you admitted that at least a few of these ERV sites are due to a virus infection in the past.
What do you mean
right?
a few of them?
Right.
Okay, right.
That's kind of why I asked.
Maybe like the few. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What do you mean by a few of them?
Well, you said there's only 208 claimed like ERV sites between chimps and humans.
Well, no, there's 208 exact like specific solo LTR and exact sequences. But there's 99.8% of ERVs are found in chimps that are like.
And they're not
Like,
in
if
the
you're just
same
saying,
place.
hey,
They're all
it's
assorted in
like,
different areas,
yes,
right?
they're on the same
There's
place.
only
If you're just
208
talking
that
about,
arrive in the same place. So why are there only 208 in the same place between chimps
no,
and
no, no,
humans?
no, no.
If
You're
they
saying
really,
if
really
they're,
did share a recent common ancestry, as you claim.
they're all in the same place. But what
No,
we're
they're not.
talking about is,
There's only 208. You just said it. They're all
can
completely
we please
different.
have
What
moderation
Beamsy
here? I
has is a
can't.
lie. What Beamsy has is misrepresentation of science. His
Okay,
misconceptions
can
that
I
he spews
get
out.
some
You're going
moderation
by
in
what
this? 'Cause
Beamsy says. Show me the numbers. Prove to me that the humans have 99% like DNA with chimps. Go prove that to me.
I mean, I can get
Because
a
human
paper
men
where
and
they.
women don't share 99%
Okay, this
likeness.
is yeah. This is pointless. I can't talk. He
pointless,
just keeps talking over the top of me. Yeah, so I can show you papers where they do say we have 99.8%, I believe is the number of genetic similarity with chimpanzees. And as the whole point is, as you get further away in the genetic tree, you get less and less ERV similarities between those animals. Why would that be the case in a sort of creationist model? I don't know. It's some weird thing, but it makes perfect sense in a nested hierarchy, which is the evolutionary tree.
See signs, go ahead.
So he claims that there's papers that claim a 99% likeness between humans and chimpanzees. I agree. There are papers out there, even peer-reviewed papers that make this claim. But the way that they're measuring this likeness is not a total DNA likeness of the genome, which is what he believes, which is the misconception here. Because human men and women don't share 99% total DNA likeness. This misconception that they're pushing is just a common misconception pushed by the atheists here on YouTube.
One moment, see science. Achilles, are you still here? Achilles?
Yes, but I just typed that comment, so I
Can
need.
you queue up the video where the scientist is explaining about the 98% shared whatever with the monkeys?
That's why I asked the floor. So continue talking. I'm gonna need 1 minute and 49 seconds.
And
Wait,
guys,
that scientist is not. That scientist is not named Tompkins.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, human men and women don't share a 99% total DNA likeness because we don't share all the same chromosomes. The sex chromosomes alone make it so that
I'd
we don't
like to
share
ask a question or two.
Wait a minute, though, Dustin. Can we stay on this topic for a second? If you want to talk about this topic, go ahead.
Achilles, is that scientist's name Jeffrey Tompkins?
No. And it's a presentation from somebody that you probably not gonna like him.
We're not playing a 5-minute video though, or a 4-minute video. This is like a 30-second clip that you guys are gonna watch.
And
he gives us credentials and everything.
We just squashed the ERV argument in 10 minutes.
No, it's gonna take even less than that. There's something else going on here, brother C-Science. And we're going to see it in 30 seconds. So if you have something you want to talk about in 30 seconds, go ahead.
And then I would
I'll just repeat myself. Like I said, human men and women don't share a total DNA likeness.
You've said that 3 times now.
Yeah, I know, and I'll say it again. Human men and women don't share a total DNA likeness of 99%. That's a total misconception. The sex chromosomes alone don't allow for it. Because humans have 23 base pairs, okay?
Oh, it's so sad.
And then you have sex chromosomes, and then that would make a difference.
We're still gonna play.
There we go. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know if he left or if he started having issues. He's using OBS for the first time, and it's a headache. So he might not have ran with his tail between his legs. He really might have had issues with his computer.
All right.
Mark Reed left.
Yeah, I think he's having issues with OBS.
I'm sure he's got some.
I have a few questions.
Mark's back. What are your questions, Dustin? And Achilles, just pull up the video when you're ready.
Well, go ahead and play the video. Achilles had a point to stick with. I thought since
thank you.
Mark had left.
Thank you, Dustin. It's only gonna take seconds.
I'm gonna go bake
evolution. We share about 98%.
Sorry.
That, according to the theory of evolution, we share about 98% of our genetic makeup with chimpanzees. Have you heard that in school? Have you ever heard how they came to that number? 98%? We've all just heard it, right? We share 98% of our genome with chimps. Okay, the video I'm about to show you is not from a Kent Hovind or a creationist. It's from somebody who believes in evolution, somebody who believes we came from chimpanzees, but actually acknowledging how we got the 98%. Check this out.
When researchers sat down to compare the chimp and human genomes, those single-letter differences were easy to tally, but the big mismatch sections weren't. For example, if a genetic paragraph, thousands of letters long, appears twice in a human scroll, but only once in its chimp counterpart, should that second human copy count as thousands of changes or just one? And what about identical paragraphs that appear in both genomes, but in different places, or in reverse order, or broken up into pieces? Rather than monkey around with these difficult questions, the researchers simply excluded all the large mismatch sections, a whopping 1.3 billion letters in all, and performed a letter-by-letter comparison on the remaining 2.4 billion, which turned out to be 98.77% identical. So, yes, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps if we ignore 18% of their genome and 25% of ours.
But that's what passes for science.
All right, is it done?
Does that sound completely absurd to you?
I think
Oh
it's
yeah,
done.
we just 4 billion letters. Let's throw those out. Hey, we're 98% the same. What? That's insane.
It's done, right?
But that's in college level science books being
And this guy's
passed
not
off as
making any more
fact.
points.
Here's my point.
All right. Well, here's my point. That guy was lying.
Anything you don't like is a lie, Grayson.
No. Just demonstrate.
Yeah.
If you have evidence that what he said was true, show me the evidence that that's what he said is true. Because all I saw was that he was citing a cartoon.
And I'm pointing a cartoon right in your face, right here, brother.
I see that. It doesn't give you any more evidence than it gave
That
him.
doesn't mean that that's not what it's showing. They used the cartoon to show it, but it was from an official source that believed in evolution.
Oh, an
It
official
didn't-
cartoon,
It's
yeah.
not his.
Bro,
He
that
picked
was
it
a
up.
YouTube channel. That was not an official source. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, just show me an official source that backs up what that cartoon said. Show me, and then I'll believe you.
I'll find it for you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would appreciate a real source.
Hey, put your guns away, John Wayne. This ain't the OK Corral, and you're not Wyatt Earp, so let's be friendly. Although we should take the monkey down because that's kind of mocking at the moment. Oh boy, this is fun. You guys are animated. By the way,
just
hold
to
on,
clarify-
hold on. Beamsy has been here for like 2 hours.
I've been wanting to ask questions forever.
Yeah, but Beamsy hasn't even said
Stephen-
hello.
Stephen, Bimsy is Mark's friend, and he's here to type stuff. They can both go around. He uses the chat a lot, so if he wants to speak, he can go ahead. But I think Dustin is the one who is patient because he asked for a question, and I took the floor. But you're the host.
All right. Who did you say is up, Mark?
No, I said that Bimsy is Mark's friend, and he's been giving him and base theory the things that they are reading. They are in the chat. So I think this is what he's here to do. If he wants to speak, he can go right ahead. But now it's Dustin's turn, I believe.
Okay.
I'll quickly say hello then.
Hello.
Hey, Benji.
I do have a question, but I don't think it would be much relevant. But I'll let Dustin go.
Dustin?
Okay. So we don't have a Luca between chimpanzees and humans, do we?
Of course we do.
What is that Luca?
Okay, Luca is a last universal common ancestor. You're just talking about most recent common ancestor, which is an
Yeah,
MRC.
most recent common ancestor. I'm learning all kinds of new acronyms and terms today. Thank you, Bryce. whatever your theory name.
Yeah. So are you asking, like, do we have like an actual like fossil of the most recent common ancestor between chimps and humans?
No, well, I mean, I know we don't, or at least that was the latest information that was explained to me. What I'm asking is, what is the ancestor, and how many common ERVs should we expect that ancestor to have with human?
Well, we don't have the species like of that ancestor, but it would have the ERVs that chimps and humans share. It would have those in common.
And there is no skeletal evidence of this either, right?
Not to my knowledge, no. The fossils for that have not been found because, again, look at the environment where it would have lived. Almost every single animal. Okay, what is going on right now? Why is he doing that? Okay,
that was me, and it was an accident.
Almost every single animal that has lived in a jungle environment has not fossilized. Jungles are horrible for making fossils. The soil is way too acidic. Like, you just don't find jungle species like well represented at all in the fossil record.
So, but then, like, if we're being honest, right, then your theory is incomplete.
Missing link.
Yeah, almost every single theory ever is incomplete. Like, gravity is an incomplete theory. Like, basically every theory of all time is incomplete. So I don't know why you think that's a necessary criteria. And again,
I don't necessarily think anything, Bryson.
I wouldn't even say that the theory itself is like the mechanisms of evolution are not incomplete. If you just want to say we haven't found every single skeleton of every living organism that ever lived, and if we haven't found that, then it's incomplete, I think that's a little silly.
Well, no, my question isn't necessarily having to find everyone. What I'm trying to get at here, Grayson, is that this is like a common theme through a lot of your chain. Like for cats, for example, you don't have an ancestor there.
Wait.
Like mosquitoes.
What? Do you mean house cats?
Or lions, along that feline.
But we do have more basal, like cat.
Yeah, we've got the fossils for cats and dogs, like carnivora kind of thing. Like
no, but we don't have the common ancestor though, do we? But for whatever reason, we're led to believe that Archaeopteryx is an ancestor between lizards and birds.
No.
Why wouldn't it? Well,
no. Not at all. Lizard and bird ancestor would have been way, way before Archaeopteryx.
Okay,
Stevie.
so what would that be then, Bryson?
The common ancestor between birds and lizards?
Yeah, what would that be?
Some kind of like basal, not maybe just after an amniote, like I don't know, an archosaur, maybe a basal archosaur.
Is it reasonable for people to be confused about an industry where you guys make up your own terms?
No, I mean every industry has their own jargon.
All,
like literally
all
every
terms
single
are made up. All terms are made up.
Right. So then the onus would be on the individual to explain them, correct?
Yeah.
Well, you didn't ask for an explanation for like what an archosaur even
All
is.
right, gentlemen, if I may, I want to try to include Sea Science. I believe he was trying to get back in. And Lupin, feel free to. Yeah.
Well, I heard him say Luca, so I.
May I play a short 1 minute clip after Sea Science?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for whatever.
Sea Science, go ahead, and then he wants to play a 1 minute clip. and then you guys can critique the 1 minute clip. And if you guys have 1 to 1.5 minute clips you want to share, I will share them.
Okay, well, I'd hate to use this saying, but I'd say that, you know, Bass and Mark Reed, they're gish galloping a lot, even though that was named after a creationist. They tend to be changing the subject a lot here. I mean, we went from ERV likenesses to total DNA likenesses to now, what are they talking about? Luca. Yeah, Luca, and definitions of terms. You know, I mean, like,
yeah,
you didn't even ever answer the ERV question, man.
Just to be very clear, all of those topics were brought up by the creationists on this panel.
Sure.
Yeah, I was about to
Okay.
say
Yeah.
that.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, it was
so
kind of like
the
you
questions
changed the
came in
subject, though, off of
afterwards,
the
and they were
questions.
brought up by everybody else, not us. So I don't see how we're gish galloping if we're responding to questions that
Well,
change
okay,
topic.
so then this whole conversation's a gish gallop thing, because it's not very honed in
That's
any
not what a
real
gish gallop
direction.
is.
Yeah. No, I do.
Well,
It's
you're
when
saying
you
that hey,
bounce
this
around to a bunch of
conversation
different
has
topics,
multiple
man.
topics. Well,
Gish
you're saying
gallop
the
is
conversation. Well, you're saying that the conversation's got
regardless of your
multiple
gish galloping,
topics.
regardless of your alleged gish gallops.
All right.
Okay, regardless of that. What about that ERV question, Mark?
All right, Mark, and Mark alone.
What about it?
Well, I mean, are you going to answer it?
What,
If there are
that
only
there's,
208 ERV sites
Exact,
that are like
yeah,
between
exact
humans,
ones, yeah. But we
Yeah,
do
okay.
share the so you're sort of attaching this like to those 208. What I'm talking about is it's 208 that are exactly the freaking same.
well, it's not even exactly the freaking same. They're just alike. And they're just sections of genes.
Oh, can you show
It's
me
just
that?
sections of genes. So what you have here is a situation.
No.
where you
The
believe
other
that
ones
there's-
are sections of
Can
genes.
I respond to you, Mark? What you have here is
Sure.
a situation where you believe that 208 alike sections between humans and chimps prove a recent common ancestry, but you're ignoring the fact that there's tens of thousands of others that do not share an exact match and kind of prove that they don't share a recent common ancestry. And considering the fact that the way ERVs insert themselves into the genome is through infection, you believe, at least some of them, and probably these ones, because they're in the same exact spot as in other species, and there's interspecies viruses. You know, so like more animals, different species of animals can get the same virus infection, and then they're attached to about the same area, right? Or you'd find the same section that matches the virus itself, and that's why they have preference sites. So, with the idea and you knowing that there's a reason for these preference sites, and you knowing that there's such a lack of like ERV sites in total, why would you believe a recent common ancestry?
You finished gish galloping there? So that's a gish gallop when you go on to like, you know,
No, it's
the
a single
amount and the
question,
preference
Mark. It's
sites.
not a gish
Excuse me. Then when you go on to you know, sort of these preference things, then you go on to something else. That's what we call a gish gallop. So thanks for demonstrating what not to do. Okay, so I never added the word like. I never said that. I never claimed that. That's you straw manning my position, and that's just a straw man argument. So you're trying to say, hey, it's 208 that like when I made it quite clear that they're exact, and the rest are alike but not exact. But they share 208 that are exactly the same. And even though, and you bring up this thing of you know, okay, well, you know, if you're a sick of gish gallop, I can say seaside stutter maybe, or seaside stampede. How about that? Seaside stampede thing. Then, like, so I've already said, hey, even though it does have preferential sites, it doesn't reduce the odds to being ridiculously impossible. Nothing you've done has addressed that, because you've conceded that there are still tons of sites that like too many sites that it can infect to simply be a random infection. That is absolutely clear. So that doesn't solve your problem, because if a exogenous retrovirus infected both a chimpanzee and a human, what we would absolutely expect in one of instance of that occurring is them being in different places. That's for one instance. Anything over 10 is just a statistical impossibility for the same virus to infect in the same spot in the genome out of all of those preferential sites. And for 208 to 208 to do that is just impossible.
All right, can I?
You got me there?
Go ahead, Chief.
All right, so basically, My response to you now is that yours is a misconception because you believe and you're stating that all the rest of the ERVs are alike, but only 208 are exactly alike. That's not the case. 208 appear alike, and the rest are not alike. That's what's real.
Can you show me a paper or citation for that?
Additionally, can I finish? Additionally,
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd finished.
Yeah, I know. Additionally, I like to Gish Gallop, So your claim is that there's 208 exactly alike viruses. You understand how viruses infect, or virus theory, that there's preference sites. There's a good reason why these 208 few, this handful of viral infections, end up in the same place. It's because of these preferences. It's because they can choose they have these preferences for where they infect the genome. That's why they're in the same spot or like places. It's not because they share a common ancestry. What amazes me is that you deflect the fact that there are tens of thousands of unlike ERVs, and you try to claim that they're like, though. And I'm just supposed to take your word on it when I already know that they're not alike. So my question to you is, why do you think that a handful of like ERVs prove a recent common ancestry when there's tens of thousands of unlike ones? Wouldn't tens of thousands of unlike ERVs prove there's not a recent common ancestry by the same logic that you think does?
Yeah, so
it's a
they're
single
not
question. It's not multiple questions. It's a single question. So try and call Gish Gallop when it's a single question the whole time.
Yeah, so it doesn't really matter. But you can. I've asked for a citation for this claim that you've said they're completely unlike, and you've just ignored it. You've run away. You've basically been an absolute coward and not actually produced anything, which is great. That means I can just ignore your assertions. And so, like I said, this has already been asked and answered, because you've said, hey, what are the doesn't all of these ones? No, it doesn't. Because the whole point is
what doesn't, Mark? You're not being very clear. I'm just saying.
Yeah, moderator, can we please have some sort of
Can I play the video and then I'm gonna go?
Well, I would like to be able to answer without being interrupted.
Well, this deflection's really sad, Mark. Let's watch the video.
Answering and questioning for like 5 minutes now.
This is why I won't debate C-Science. He's got no self-control whatsoever.
You have your rescue devices that you run to, Mark, to avoid debates.
Okay, C-Science, man, that's not necessary.
I think this is sort of unproductive. I will say it's unproductive. But basically, like, if you say, hey, the chances of you doing this event is so low to be impossible, and it, under the description that you've provided, yet the evolutionary description can account for how that can happen without that probability, that if a common ancestor got infected, it would be at the same site with the same virus every single time, because if they had a common ancestor, it endogenizes, and that's passed to both lineages, right? There's no probability problem there. Even if it happens once, you still have the probability against you. It doesn't matter how many times, like, oh, well, if it doesn't happen exactly millions of times are completely identical, then it's not the same thing. That's evidence against it. No, it's not, because the probability of it happening once is almost impossible. The probability twice is so close to be impossible to be ridiculous. It doesn't matter. And this is the whole point. It doesn't matter. If it happens 208 times when one is almost impossible, that's really, really strong evidence against it.
Mark, genuine question. Are retroviruses handed down through mitochondrial DNA or the Y chromosome?
It depends where they infect. So basically, it's when a virus infects the germline, an egg or a sperm. So what happens is that that virus gets replicated. Like so just say you have an egg in a womb and it splits into 2, 4, 8, etc. Like it just splits. So if that egg
cleavage fro, right?
Virus, I'm sorry.
No, I was agreeing with you. The cleavage fro, the separation of the cells.
That's
what is it? The zygote.
it's the multiplication of the cells as an organism forms. That multiplication, if a retrovirus infects one egg, for instance, that will be replicated to every cell in the body of that organism, right? So we know that because it's in every single cell of your body, it was infected in the germline. When it becomes fixed, it's when that retrovirus becomes a normal part of your DNA, basically.
So when it gets transposoned, right? When it's infected the nucleus of the cell, and then there's a transposon that changes the cell and introduces the new code into the genes, right?
Yeah, well, that's what happens when the cells multiply, for instance. So transposons are sort of a cut and paste mechanism, I think, that sort of, the virus transposes itself into your DNA, but for it to be an endogenous virus, and not exogenous, not passed around external of the body, it has to be in the germline. It has to be in the sperm or the egg cell.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, so
right.
if we have you and I, right, and we both share a segment of viral DNA, right, and it's in the same place and it's the same virus, think of the chances that I got infected with a virus, or my mother was infected with a virus, and your mother was infected with a different the same virus at the same place in that egg cell. Think of the chances of that. It's almost impossible. But just say our grandmother, like just say I'm related to you distantly, just say our grandmother, when the egg in her womb, just say that got infected by a virus and she passed it on to her two daughters, your mother and my mother, right? That is a way better explanation for how we have exactly the same virus in exactly the same spot in our DNA.
So what's up with this video here?
Yes, can I play this, please?
Well,
go ahead, Luke.
Yeah,
I want to. It's a minute. He's been waiting. It's a minute, 60 seconds.
Yeah, okay. I'll stay for it. But I'm not really into watching videos. But I
don't really like long videos either. But short videos, I don't mind.
It's a 1 minute
under a minute and a half or 2 minutes. I'm good. Go ahead.
As long as it's the last.
By the way, I've had 4 questions. I never got to answer it. So if anybody didn't get a chance to answer or ask any questions, don't feel left out. We've had a lot of.
Do you want to ask your questions? Because I mean, you can.
No, they were for Dr. Dino, but it's okay.
I mean,
I'll just play
Dr. Dino is here. I just haven't let him in yet because I'm pondering shutting it down soon. We've been going for 4 hours and 8 minutes.
Well, you'll like this video for the last clip here.
Go ahead, play this.
4 major ideas. None of them have ever been observed. Number 1, that life comes from non-life. We have not one single example of life coming from non-life. Number 2, that all the life forms that we have today came from single cell life forms. Many people do not know that while we do have single cell life forms that we call bacteria, we have no 2-cell life forms. We don't have 3-cell life forms. We don't have 4-cell life forms. We don't even have 5-cell life forms.
Wow.
That is, we go from single cell bacteria to complex life forms. So there's no evidence that all life comes from single cell life forms. The third postulate of evolution is that time and chance drive evolution forward, of course, and time
Can we pause
works
this?
Against evolution.
I'm
The
noting
chance
it down.
of one
Just make notes.
simple
Yeah, make notes.
protein coming together by accident is a very big number. Time and chance make evolution absolutely impossible. The fourth postulate that evolution is based on is that
Okay.
Okay,
I guess
so
there's no fourth one.
to address this, number 1, that's abiogenesis.
That's it for me, guys. You guys have a good night. That was my final statement.
All right, we had a good show.
Sure we don't have something better, Lupin? Are you sure you want to end on that one?
Yeah, that was a pretty bad one to end on.
That was Yeah. So abiogenesis is life from non-life. We're talking about evolution. Evolution, the theory of evolution covers life that's already exists and how it develops. It explains biodiversity, not the origin of life. The single cell to we've never seen a 2-cell or 3-cell. Yeah, but we've seen single cells organisms turn into multicellular organisms. Cladomonas reinhardti is the algae that turns from a single cell into a multicellular organism. It doesn't have to stop at 2 or 3. A sort of colony can actually become a multicellular organism. And that brings me to the third point, time and chance. No, it's time, chance, and a various number of other selection methods, including non-random selection, like sexual selection and things like that, natural selection, recombination of genes. It also includes gene flow or what's it called, Grayson? The random chance kind of selection.
Genetic drift, is that what you're talking about?
Genetic drift, thank you. Yeah, so it has a number of mechanisms that are selecting for it. That's not random, that's deterministic, and it's determined by the environment. So time and chance is not evolution, and this law guy had no idea what he was talking about.
All right, well, thank you for that reply.
Anything to add, Grayson?
Yeah, I would like to if I could. So even if, like tomorrow, if abiogenesis was completely falsified, evolution would still be true. Even if it was the case that like life cannot come from non-life, we would still know evolution happened. All the evidence would be unchanged for that. So his first point is a total non sequitur. The second thing was I kind of forgot his. Oh yeah, the multi-cell thing. Yeah, Mark nailed it out of the park. Chlamydomonas totally shows the evolution of multicellularity in a lab. We watched it happen. You don't have to go through 2-cell organisms as an intermediate. That's just dumb. And then the third thing, because we didn't hear the fourth one because it got cut off. The third thing was that his probability calculations are just completely wrong. Like the mechanism that he's thinking that these things evolved from to like he's just not doing probability calculations correctly. The mechanism that he's calculating the probability of is not evolution. It's just like throwing a bunch of parts together and expecting to get like a coherent functional thing at the end of it. That's not evolution. That's not how any of this works. His math is dumb.
So do you guys have any future predictions? Like, I mean, aside from people are going to get taller, which in my purview doesn't make any sense, but
why?
Well, because men have come through certain areas where we've been taller, and then there are certain areas where men come from where they're shorter. I mean,
yeah. Do you understand as a whole of a species that you can take an average, and that average can get taller over time? You get that, right?
Yeah, I get your assertion that the average implies evolution, but that doesn't necessarily follow.
Hold on. That's not what I'm asserting at all. All I'm saying is like basically what you're showing is like if I told you that the average pizza price is going to get more expensive over time, and you said, yeah, but we have some restaurants that have expensive pizza and some restaurants that have cheap pizza. You see what I mean? That's what you're doing to this. It doesn't make any sense. I'm saying the average is going to increase over time.
And
if I may, we do have several situations around the globe where evolution is actively happening.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Well, one very visible example is that African elephants are currently, generation by generation, having smaller and smaller tusks on average, partially because a lot of the big tusked elephants were killed for their ivory in the past.
Okay, so is Achilles just playing all these memes?
No, that's me. That's Stephen Andrew Bolin.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take off if this is going to be the sort of.
Oh, Mark, don't go yet. Wait, I had
No. I'm really not listening to you anymore. You're interrupting. You're disruptive. You're an absolutely awful interlocutor to talk with. Absolutely awful. You don't let me speak. You debate all of these, silly accusations. You've been insulting people in the chat. I mean,
yeah, you have your
hold up, C-Science.
I just have one question.
Hold up.
Have you been insulting people in private chat? Let's see if you're honest.
Mark, I did
All right, I'll
boot
see if you're
Bubble for
honest.
you.
I have one question for you.
No,
and then
answer the
block
question,
statement
Steve.
you just
Mark,
made.
Answer the question.
I did boot Bubble for you, Mark.
Yeah, I realize that, and I
No, I
appreciate
booted
it.
him
I
again.
think
You
I
booted
think
me
I'm
too
really
for
here
him,
for
dude.
sort of a serious discussion, and
Yo, I've been blocked more times on this channel tonight than I've been on any other channel.
Good for
It's
you.
crazy.
Hey, it's been a hard night of moderating, guys. I'm just trying to keep.
Well, I
it
mean,
low.
Mark's got to be babied. You know, Mark's a big
Cry
old
about
baby.
it
He's gotta
harder,
be
see
babied too.
science. Whine.
Hey, about your
don't be
second
like
point
that,
about
see
the algae,
science.
Mark Root.
All right.
Hey,
Hey,
Mark
I
Root.
may have started this, so I won't
yeah.
do
Well,
any
thanks
more
everybody.
memes.
I really
won't do any
appreciate it.
more memes.
Stephen, thanks
Much
for
love,
letting
Mark.
me in.
Bye,
and I
Mark.
realized it was hard
Run
to
from the
moderate
question,
kind
you
of thing.
pussy.
Hey, no, you're
Wow.
gone. You're gone,
No.
Steve. No, you're out.
Yo,
of
you're
here. No, that's not happening.
Yeah. So this is why C Science is blocked on my channel. And sort of, after he did one of these outbursts, I sort of said, hey, send me an email with why I should unblock you. Just say something, a reason kind of thing. And really what it was, and I wanted to be fair with him, is to see if he could be a reasonable person and make a reasonable statement about why he should be unblocked. And instead he called me the C word and went on and on and on. So, I get that it's hard to moderate, and I get that all of that happens. I do get that. And I will bring up places where I think, it's been unfair, but at the end of the day, that's just ridiculous. I'm sorry, Steve. That's just ridiculous, mate. Anyway, I'm going to go. Take care, and I will catch you in the next one. See you, Doc, Grayson.
Much love,
Dustin, Beamsy.
See you.
Catch you later, Mark. So you're suggesting that smaller tusks is an evolutionary trait?
Yes, the size and form of body parts is, yes.
Oh, so we can expect this this elephant specific family, genus or phylum to split?
No, that's not what I said. The population as a whole is trending towards smaller or even no tusks. I actually have an article here where out of 91 female elephants born since the 90s, 33% have no tusks at all, compared to only 18% prior to the 90s.
And what about that helps the elephant survive better?
They don't get shot for their ivory.
Hunted for their tusks.
Yeah, they don't get
You're,
shot for their ivory.
you're telling me? Wait. Are you serious? Why is there just not living to turn? Doesn't make sense. So wait. So you're telling me that it's an evolutionary response to being shot is losing tusks?
What I'm saying is the elephants that didn't have tusks or had tusks that were too small to bother with weren't shot and passed on their genes. And it's being represented in their descendants.
That's evolution.
It literally is.
That's
It's selection
hilarious.
pressure resulting in change in subsequent generations. That is evolution.
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
Question.
well-
Can you explain which variables in the environment would be causing these tusks to, by evolutionary reasons, shorten?
We just did.
I didn't
Yeah.
hear that. I
As
didn't
I
hear
said,
that.
because
I
it
didn't-
was
I
the
didn't hear
ones
that at
that
all.
the ones
Dustin, hold on. I
the
wanna hear
selective
them.
pressure.
What was
as I
the
said,
specific
the
variable in the environment, and how was this demonstrated?
Poaching, for the most part. Poachers would tend to go for elephants with larger tusks, and because, more ivory per kill. Elephant poaching has been a known issue in Africa for decades.
So as a response to poaching for the ivory tusk, evolution has been gracious enough to selectively start short.
You cannot be serious.
Removing it altogether.
It's not.
I'm just trying
it's
to
not a
reiterate what
conscious-
you're saying. I mean,
it's
why
not
are
a
you
conscious
acting that way,
process.
Chase?
It's not a conscious process. The elephants with smaller tusks or with no tusks survived to have babies. The ones with big tusks that got shot did not have babies or had less babies because they were shot. So the next generation has smaller tusks as a reflection of that. That's all.
Thank you.
I mean,
Dustin.
okay. In my opinion, if you are to lose something that would be used in the wilderness as self-defense, that would be the reverse of evolution.
Nope.
Almost
you'd be wrong.
reverse atavism. Well,
Then I would ask you to go back and relearn what evolution is if you think that, because
Also,
you're clearly a
that's
little
not what
confused.
atavism is. But evolution isn't a conscious process. It just happens. And also,
okay,
a fully grown elephant, like, they don't really need their tusks for much other than in the males when they fight each other. Female elephants
Right.
without tusks can defend themselves from predators easily. They're huge.
But since they do, in fact, have to fight other huge elephants, you could see how the tusks would be beneficial.
It's beneficial in males,
I
not necessarily in females.
So you're telling me that a male elephant facing down a pack of lions wouldn't benefit from their tusks?
I'm
I'm
saying they can
confused.
handle themselves just fine without the tusks. The tusks can help, but they
They
don't need them.
hurt, though, right? And they are actually beneficial, like in a big way, though.
They are beneficial for the males when it comes
Wait,
to
do the
fighting
women
each
not
other.
have tusks?
Look, you guys are just completely.
No,
Female
I
elephant-
want to, Base.
You're
I'm
not.
asking,
You're
Base,
ignoring
I'm
the
asking a
environment.
question, Base. Do
But
women
you're
not
ignoring
have
the
tusks?
environment.
Dude, you're close. Doc, do the female elephants not have tusks?
A greater proportion of them don't, up to 33% again in female elephants born since the 90s.
Okay, but female elephants do fight each other, correct?
I'd
Just like
imagine
the
they
males
fight
do?
sometimes, but
So, I mean,
probably less
even
than
if it's a
than the
cat
males.
fight between two female elephants, even in that case, tusks would be tremendously beneficial. There's no way around that. Now, Based, you can go.
Could be.
Yeah, I'm saying that you guys are trying to ignore the environment. You're saying, well, what if the environment was literally just lions and elephants fighting? Well, it's not. When you look at the total environment, you have to realize, hey, there are poachers in the environment, and having big old tusks is going to make you a target for ivory poachers and make you less safe. So when you overall look at the total environment that an elephant has to live in, then you would totally understand why your argument's fallacious.
My argument's
And,
not
I mean,
fallacious,
I can give you
Base.
as many sources as I want. As you want. What is happening is happening. I just sent a
No, well,
source
no,
from the
I don't
Smithsonian.
doubt
There's one from
that.
the Times.
I don't doubt that if you kept killing off the elephants with big tusks, you're going to wind up with elephants with small tusks. I don't doubt that.
I agree
My
that
question
evolution
is,
occurs.
no, I don't agree that evolution occurs. I don't think that has anything to do with evolution. I think that if
That
you
is
were to let the population, Grayson, I think that if you were to let the population grow back out, you'd probably find long tusked elephants again, right?
Because you're
Like, I
changing the
mean,
environment.
If they were protected from poaching,
dear God in
probably
heaven,
yes.
then there is no evolution. See, what you're doing here is you're pitting. You're saying that there is no falsifiability to your theory, buddy.
Nope.
Right.
not
So
at
like
all.
there.
Not what I'm
So
saying,
yeah, that's
Dustin.
exactly.
I'm
So then
sa-
go ahead and show
Dustin.
me the
Dustin.
example here in elephants that would show a falsifiability to your theory.
Dustin,
There has to be.
Can you give a short, paragraph or less summary of what evolution is?
It's what is it? It's inherent modification.
Here.
I can.
Does this-
I'm trying to remember. What is it?
Here.
It's
So I would define evolution as a change in a population of organisms over generations. This can be a physiological
Okay.
this can be a physical change or a chemical change, color, whatever.
These scientists having a lot of
Would- would
microphones.
you
Oh,
agree
I'm
with that?
back.
background noise.
Nice. I'm sorry.
Well, would you agree with that, Dustin?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. That doesn't
Okay, what part do you
equal
disagree with?
evolution. The fact that they're not all related, if what you're telling me is true, because the phylum wouldn't allow it.
We're not on a phylum level. We are talking about African elephants. That is a species. And a
Yeah,
population
that has
is just a population of organisms is a group of organisms that consistently interbreed. That is a population. The population of African elephants is changing over successive generations physically. How is that not evolution?
I would expect any series of events in the environment to cause an organism to change. And you can't necessarily qualify that as evolution. It doesn't make sense to. There's no
Why?
progressive line there, like, because
No speciation.
for the longest time when I was a kid growing up in school, I was taught evolution was a series of progressive changes over time. Okay? Now,
Yes.
a series of progressive changes can mean anything, right? There is no falsifiability to your theory. There's no crossover. You won't allow for it.
Okay, pause. There is falsifiability. If the population did not change in response to environmental factors, that would
Such as the ant?
definitely be a curveball. But the population
Such as
is
the ant?
changing in response to environmental factors, as we would
Such
expect.
as the ant?
Such as poachers shooting ones with big tusks. That's a pretty big factor.
Humankind has been killing ants with pesticides for thousands of years. What's the evolutionary trait for that?
We've had
So you're
pesticides for
running away
thousands
from the
of
topic?
years.
Yeah, we've used different types of pesticides on our crops for thousands of years. Yes,
It's not
we've had
really fair
different.
to tell. It's not really fair to tell Dustin he's running from the topic, because you're claiming that tusks are getting shorter because of poaching, yet elephants still fight each other, and it would be extremely beneficial to have them. So that should counterbalance each other.
I never
Meaning we should
said
see
it
no
wasn't
change.
beneficial.
Look, well,
Hey, what if I
beneficial or
showed
not, you're saying
Dustin,
what I'm
what if
asking
I
is
showed-
yes.
Hold on, Dustin. Go ahead, Base.
What if I showed you a scientific study showing ants evolving insecticide resistance?
This is not.
Yeah, it's pretty common.
Ants evolving insecticide resistance is no different than like a human gaining immunity from a poison over time. This is
You
not
just brought that up as
evolution,
an
dude.
example. You just brought that up as
No,
an example,
it-
saying we don't observe evolution happening because ants haven't changed in response to pesticide use. And I just said, what if I showed you a study showing exactly that? And now you're saying, now that's not evidence. So, like, it sounds like you're the one putting forward unfalsifiable claims.
I didn't put a claim for it. I asked a question. So I don't know what you're talking about, Based.
You claimed that ants had not changed in thousands of years of pesticide use. And I'm asking, what if you saw data showing ants evolving insecticide resistance?
What do you consider data? Your peer-reviewed circle jerk paper that you decide
Hey,
makes
Dustin,
sense, so that I have
Dustin,
to.
That's not Dustin. Don't make a point, but don't call it a circle jerk,
Dude,
right?
look. Here's the bottom line. Okay, if we look at a skeleton of an ant from thousands of years ago and we compare it today, what's the major difference?
It used to have feet marks on it, and now they have shoe imprints.
Well, here's a good
Well,
example
not a thing.
related to ant evolution, right? Because it was predicted, right, that there was a common ancestor between ants and wasps, and it was predicted at what time period we should find that at. And then scientists looked, and in amber, they found Sphecomirma, which is the transition exactly as predicted that has intermediate features between ants and wasps. So are ants and wasps now the same kind?
It's a claim
Okay,
transition.
you can, yeah. I mean, look, you're dodgy, bro. Like, what I'm asking you is very, very
You
simple,
dodged
right?
2 topics in the last few minutes, man. You
No,
don't get
no,
to say that.
I'm showing a comparison here, right? You're telling me that in short of what we're gonna say, what, over 50 years of massive poaching, or how far back do we want to go here before we're starting to see this change in elephants?
Okay, so we're back to the elephants. The records are.
We never really left we never
about
really left
50.
the elephants. I was just showing a comparison. We need some kind of a baseline in order for me to show a comparison so that my argument makes sense.
Your argument doesn't make sense.
Well,
Can I
I don't
interject,
even really have an argument. Go ahead, C Science.
Thank you for admitting.
I'm really
though,
just asking questions.
First, though, I'd like to read a comment from P-Town. Oh, a
Sure.
tiny bug can eat something new equals proof for evolution. Thank you, P-Town, for that incredible commentary. Go ahead. See science.
Wow, no, I've completely lost my train of thought. I mean, yeah, I mean, he asked really if the theory of evolution could be falsified. I think he asked Dr. Dino. And he said, yeah, it could be falsified by whatever, proving that changes don't happen or whatever. But I mean, what he's really asking is like, what fact of reality, what hypothetical evidence could you show that would disprove or falsify the magic plastic ever-changing theory that all animals share a single common ancestor? Because that's the theory of evolution, is the theory of common ancestry of all life.
I'll show you one.
It's not that just things adapt, because everyone knows that mutation occurs.
Yeah, I can show you one.
Something that'll falsify
study.
that.
Yeah, that study that I posted, the statistical evidence for common ancestry, where they conducted a statistical test of genetic data that said, here's what a separate ancestry would look like genetically, and here's what common ancestry would look like genetically. That test was capable of falsifying common ancestry.
Right, but
Is that
how would
the Google
fact-
Scholar here?
But that's a fact that confirmed it. See, I'm asking for a hypothetical evidence that we could go out and find. I don't understand. No, hang on. Let me see if you understand the space theory. I don't know if you understand how scientific theories work and how they should be falsifiable, even though theory is in your name. Okay, so the scientific philosopher, what was his name? Anyway, his name.
Karl Popper?
Yeah. He said, Karl Popper.
See, I do know, huh?
You do know, yeah. So then you should know that, like, if there's a theory that all trees have green leaves, then going out and proving that there's a tree with red leaves would disprove that theory, right? So that's how you would find evidence that would qualify as being able to falsify the entire theory.
I'm showing that.
So
to
how
you right
would
now.
Okay,
I'm literally showing you that.
Okay, but how would
All right,
showing
see science?
there's likenesses between all the animals in life in the animal kingdom? How would showing likenesses between all animals disprove the magic plastic theory?
That's what I'm showing you right now
All right,
on screen.
all right. And base, I'm going to give you the final say of the night. After you're finished, I'm going to wrap the stream up. It's 4.5 hours long, and I have to farm in the morning. So take your time, but you have the final thoughts.
I won't. I
Put
don't,
this
I
in the
won't go on
chat.
for that long. Let me just try to point this out really quick. This is what they tested: common ancestry versus separate ancestry. Right? These are the two models that they came up with this statistical test to test exactly these models. Right? So this is a potentially falsifying test for common ancestry. If the data showed separate ancestry fit the data, the genetic data better, that would have falsified common ancestry. This test right here was a potentially falsifying test of evolution. Exactly what C Science asked.
Is that your only final thought?
I mean, so far tonight, we've been bringing up tons of evidence that support evolution and falsify separate ancestry. So I'll just leave it
Assertion
at
and
that.
claim.
I've been bringing up evidence after evidence.
Okay, so everyone, we're going to be doing these atheist evolution versus creation nights once a week. You guys are all invited back next week. It'll be every Friday most likely, and they'll probably start at 8 or 9 o'clock every week. So we hope you come back. And this was lively. Base, I'm sorry that I got loud with you. It's been a long night, and I've been trying to moderate you guys on the panel, acting like gypsies, and moderating the comment section as well as the private chat. So I was overwhelmed. My bad.
Hey, you did all right. I don't think that gypsies should be slurred, but yeah, I mean, you had to deal with C Science. I do not envy your task on that one. He's a handful.
Oh boy. Well, thanks for coming by, and I hope I see you next week.
Peace out.
When fears come in and flood your mind, when you think you're going down, when you think you're not going to make it, when you think you're going to fail God, or you've not measured up, when the enemy comes in and tells you that you're unworthy, you're unholy, you're no good, you'll never get it, what do you do when the enemy comes in like a flood? You see, the Lord raises up a standard. Let me show you what that standard is. Look at verse 1. The Lord reigneth. He is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. And he's put on his armor and set for battle. You have to have a clear vision that your Lord and Savior is standing by. His eyes on your flood, his eyes on you. You have to have a clear vision of what God has promised here. I've not ignored you. I see where you're at. I see what you're going through. Look at me, he says. I have girded myself. I put on my armor. I have my sword in hand. And then read what it says, verse 4. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. God says, get your eyes off the flood, get it on me. I've got my sword in hand. I am more powerful. I am mightier than all your floods. I'm bigger than all your fears. Get your eyes off your fears. He said, I've girded myself. That hit me. I could hardly sleep. I picture my Lord standing over me, sword in hand. He knows how far it can go and no farther. He'll come and slay the dragon in his time. He's saying, now you just stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. You just put your trust in me right now. Don't be afraid.